I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. And my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. And my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. And my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie.
Oh, I need to order those things. Let me go ahead and order those things before I forget. Like my shiny card stock that I want to cut wing price tags out of.
Yes, good.
I guess we're leaving cards for now.
Yeah, because I think we're going to start game.
Testing out new things.
Wait, try that again. Let's try that again. Not.
But
I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder, and my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder, and my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder, and my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny, I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice order. And my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice order and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice order and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie.
Oh, and their dragon ancestor type
Ooh,
is
what the heck
blue
was that?
dragon. I don't know what that really means.
I guess that's not too bad.
Um,
Okay. It's not terrible.
Not terrible is good.
I had like cards underneath, but everything gets messed up with Maggie not being here, so I can't use them just yet, or else they'd be out of place.
So this is really handy that they're draconic origin because of the draconic resilience, their armor class is 12. Because otherwise, I'm pretty sure their armor class would totally suck. Because it's normally based off of dex, isn't it?
If you have no armor, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, their dex is 8. So they've got a -1 to initiative.
I mean, to be fair, Draconic Resilience is armor class of 13 plus your dex.
So that's why it's 12, then yeah. But still though, like, that is actually really handy because the dex sucks.
Mage
There you
armor.
go. Yeah, mage armor.
Prepare mage armor.
Yeah, you don't have
What
to.
the heck was this person doing? Their ability score improvement at level 8 was poured into intelligence, and I was like, you don't need intelligence. They increased their intelligence to 12 instead of increasing their charisma to 12. Like, none of these classes use intelligence.
Randomized characters, man.
Hey.
Randomized
I think
characters.
They
I think
have
we've got everyone though.
their
Yeah, we
meta
do.
magic. Yay, their meta magic. They have empowered spell, quickened spell, and distant spell. So, like, that's fun.
Well, let's
and they
start
have an
focusing on our
elemental affinity to light.
actual.
Yeah.
I know, but this is just really weird.
That's why most games you would not use a randomized character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember shit.
Okay, so the one thing that it does use intelligence for is the fact that it's a high elf, and so it gets a bonus cantrip that uses intelligence. So Firebolt uses intelligence, nothing else does. And the one extra language of their choice they took from being a high elf was Orc. Why Orc? I don't know.
Why not?
Oh, and they have the grappler feat.
Fun.
Okay.
It is very intense.
Yeah.
Intense typing.
Like, what?
Very important typing. It's super important.
Oh, man.
The most important.
He's typing up our doom right now.
Probably.
He's
Our
typing up
death
an
and
entire, like, he knows
destruction.
we're going to die soon, so we're going to have to use these characters that we're randomly generating. So he's sending the news. Taking notes for next campaign.
No, I'm just tweeting.
Aha. About our likely doom.
About our oncoming death.
Okay.
He's just- He's just making fun of us.
Mhm.
So many cats. God damn
That's a
it.
lot of cats.
Yeah, it's a lot of cats.
It's us.
That's a lot of cats.
What?
I posted a tweet.
Okay, we'll look later.
So we find ourselves in the Shadowfell for yet another day. But things happened yesterday. So many things happened yesterday. We met Leah's mom briefly.
Met is a loose term.
Yeah.
We saw her.
We
Slightly
encountered.
helped.
We witnessed her.
Right.
Witness.
Cortanis made a new friend. And so far you're all kind of hanging out in the abandoned church in the sort of near the center of the city of Telyana. And so with Maggie not here, the scene that I had initially prepared will be on pause. So we'll do a flashback scene because I'm assuming she might want to do something. So if there's any conversations that anyone wants to have with Elias at this particular moment, we will flash back to it at an opportune time later tonight.
This just means we're going to have to go on the Find the Albie side quest.
Yes! Find the Albie side quest.
So last we left off, Cortanis had just finished her shift and was talking with the little ghost girl. Did I ever give you her name?
She said
I don't
she
think
didn't
anybody
remember
asked.
it. She said she didn't remember
she didn't remember.
Right.
That's what I thought. Okay. All right.
She and Cortanis bond is over not remembering their names.
Right. And so the rest of you wake up in the Warrior's wonderful Wisteria wigwam. And Cortanis, you knew, was taking the last shift, and there's no sign of her. And you can see Elias sort of standing up at the sort of where the altar is, just kind of staring off into the middle distance. And he kind of like shakes his head a bit, comes to, and then sort of acknowledges all of you, but he seems particularly quiet. Good morning.
You alright?
He just sort of nods and goes off to staring back into the middle distance. He doesn't seem all quite there completely.
Yeah, that's definitely all right.
So he'll tag along, and we'll Jaeger him as, however. But I'm not going to do much RP as him. That was the extent of it.
That's fair. You don't want to like role play someone else's character.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially if So the day is yours. What you
Gonna
gonna do?
eventually come back in after the being outside during the shift and kind of seeing people wake up.
Where were you, Cortanis?
She kind of quickly, she starts moving back to the group, like picks up the pace a little bit when she hears Wiria and kind of gets over with the group. Apologies, I was making an outside perimeter and spoke to the girl again.
Oh, the ghost?
He gives a nod at that. She just needed someone to talk to, I suppose. I do hope we can potentially find what she's looking for, though. She seems to be...
What is she looking for?
I believe it is a plush owlbear that she lost when she parted ways with her family accidentally.
Oh, I don't know if I've seen any plush owl bears.
You're actually considering this?
I mean, it's Wiria. Do you want
Perhaps we may have find it on our way.
I mean,
It'd be too
there
sad
was
to
that
leave her
really cute thing you guys told me not to go investigate. I mean, that could be a plush owl bear, but it could also be something totally different.
Yeah, she kind of could also describe how the girl described it to her and see if it like catches Wiria's attention or anything like that for what she saw.
But are we actually planning to backtrack for an owlbear plushie?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Did she actually tell us about? I
told Cortanis about.
Okay, because I was like, did we actually tell her not to, or I thought she just ignored it? So
no, Wiria messaged somebody, and the response was, yeah, like Wiria did say or flew down. I don't remember exactly, but she did tell at least somebody, and the decision was nope, don't trust it. That was the group decision. So, I mean, I really couldn't see a whole lot of it. It was dirty and a bit covered in stuff, but it was cute. I mean, that sounds kind of cute. So, but
it would make sense. I simply...
It wasn't moving.
It seems sad to leave her alone. Completely.
Well, I mean, she's dead. What exactly do you think we can do for her?
Yeah.
I found having something of comfort can help. If we cannot find signs of where her family went, then... It's fine, never mind. Forgive me.
You think her family's not dead either?
No.
I mean, her family probably...
Connection.
Cortana, there have been a lot of ghosts here. Why this one?
Kind of pauses to think about that. Children should not be left alone like that, even one's long gone. Being tethered to some place without anyone is too sad.
Sad or not, I think we've got other things to concern the living here.
Yes, I understand, but I told her we would at least try. I would at least try.
Well, I mean, if we find it, then we can try to get it back to her, but we don't, unless it is that thing I saw, we don't even know where it could be.
Which was why I was considering thou had said something similar, and I thought it may connect.
As I said, it was cute, but I don't know what it was. Do you
know how far we are from the point where you saw that?
DM?
Yeah.
I would probably say maybe a mile. Not that far. Half mile.
So not too far, but it just depends on whether we want to backtrack a little.
I mean, I guess if it makes you feel that much better, Cortalis, if this is going to distract you all day, then maybe it's better to take care of it.
Forgive me.
No. Just... I know something about not really being here, and we're going to need you here. So if it helps, then what the hell?
I promise all of you I will continue to be of use. I will not... It is fine.
It's fine if you want to do it, Cortalis.
Don't talk like the only reason we want you around is because of how useful you are.
Yeah, I mean...
He kind of looks at Aiden at that for a moment. Oh. Right.
If it's important to you, then it's important. And if it was, let's travel 5 days in the opposite direction, maybe we'd take a different approach. But if it's let's go check this spot a mile away, I mean, as long as we're careful, that's not too much time.
We're not going to lose a day of travel on that, so it doesn't really hurt anything.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
So where was this thing you saw, Waria?
Waria describes where she saw it, because...
Yeah, it was just in and amongst sort of some rubble and downed building facade in one of the streets between here and where you've been before.
I mean, I think I can find it again pretty easily. It's just getting there.
Right before we leave, I want to use the primeval awareness just to get a beat on where the gazers are hanging out today.
Okay. So there are a couple scattered around, similar to what you had sensed before. But there is a very heavy concentration of aberrant activity towards the sort of town center.
Fighting's picked up again.
Well, maybe it'll die down when we go off and do this.
Hopefully.
And if it doesn't, we can figure out what to do then, I suppose.
Well, let's go look for this Albie then.
All right. And we set off towards towards the spot.
We do that!
Yeah.
Okay.
Find the Albie.
Instead of staying up front,
possible
Katana
Albie
stays towards the
Taliana.
middle of the group at this point.
As you walk through the graveyard, or approach it, I don't know if you're planning on walking through it or if you're just straight up retracing your steps, there is no sign of those creatures from yesterday.
Oh, the
That's good.
The
Yeah.
lonely.
the uwu monsters.
We appreciate no woo monsters.
Yay, no
You
monsters.
can
Well, I
still
think
see-
he means the corpses are gone.
Yeah,
Right.
that's exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, great.
Oh.
Oh, lovely! Gone
You look at corpses on the ground
corpses.
and they're no longer there.
That's fine.
You can still see
Not
the
normal.
disrupted earth and the sort of large pile, what looks now to be like someone just exhumed a bunch of graves and put all the dirt in one spot. The remains of that whatever monstrosity you
just,
said
like,
before.
Briefly looking around, do I see any kind of tracks or anything around?
I'm just
In
staring
fact,
at
you do
Elias.
actually. Go ahead and make a roll. But I think you said something about a passive investigation of 19. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
Also, as we're going, Katana will mention, last night I did see something flying back towards the graveyard here.
Flying back?
What was I rolling exactly?
Investigation, as you're looking for clues.
15.
Okay. Yes, in fact, you can see that it looks as if the two corpses of those lonelies, the Ulu monsters, seem to have been dragged a short ways, and then the tracks stop, and the bodies are gone.
Was it?
Interesting.
Do you say something flying, Cortanas? Was it something large or small or?
It was smaller, right, Brennan? Or it was just like it was shadow.
It was more of a shadow.
Mhm.
It was very. It had wings, and it was flapping.
But like, given the distance, would it tell how big it was? Just
It wasn't a gloomstalker, but it would be difficult to make out exactly how big it was. It wasn't super big. It wasn't like a full-size dragon. Considering
so
you've
it's not
encountered one of those
tell you.
recently.
Well, judging by the tracks, they got dragged away and then it just ends, so the air seems like the only place they could have gone.
One would that would be the make the most sense.
Hopefully it was just some kind of scavenger and not somebody wanted to make use of them.
I'd really rather not know what someone around here would do with one of those things.
Reanimate it?
Even
Yes,
if
that's
it's
what
not.
I was hoping to avoid.
scavenger, let's try to avoid it anyway.
I mean, it is really hard to raise a family in the Shadowfell. You got to make use of everything you can.
Is audio any better now?
Yeah, seems a bit.
Okay, good. I want to make sure.
All
Sorry
right,
about that.
so do you continue on, or do you want to spend more time in the graveyard?
I mean,
I don't really see much need.
Move carefully.
Yeah, I think we just move carefully through to...
That sounds like some stealth rolls from everybody.
My
I can do that!
Yay!
I can roll an advantage again, which not great either way.
Now, if I recall
Yay.
correctly,
Ooh,
I think
21.
everybody has slept off all of their points of exhaustion by now.
Yay!
Yay!
Ooh.
Stealth.
I rolled actually decently.
21.
27.
Okay.
21. Because I rolled an 8.
Rogues.
Oh, wait, no, not 21, 23.
Okay.
I added my sleight of hand instead of my stealth.
All right, so you're all making your way very quietly and stealthily through the streets as best you can. The same sense of just overhanging dreariness and gloom permeates the city as much as it did kind of given any other day. The sky is gray. The clouds are gray. And if this were the Menagerie Coast, you'd expect it to be raining any moment now. But it's not. You're not even sure if it rains. If it does rain, whether or not that's actually water.
That's not a thing I wanted to think about.
Welcome to the Shadowfell. Progressing back through the city, picking your way through ruins, walking down darkened streets, ducking into alleys where possible. You avoid the shambling gate of what looks to be sort of some large hulking creature that is like dragging a body. It's kind of hard to tell what it may have been, the body, because it is probably been dragged for quite some time. But it sort of like, think of it like a weird, misshapen, hunched ogre of sorts. And it's got just sort of, it's draped in corpses in various states of decay. And you can see that it's kind of just digging around, looking pops for more corpses. But it doesn't seem to have taken notice of you, and you sort of quietly let it pass by. Can I get a survival check from whomever? So a pair of you, or one of you with advantage. But I should.
I'll go.
Here we go.
I'll help.
Okay, so this is
aid.
Yeah, so this is to basically make your way through the city, finding your way back, retracing your route.
I rolled 2 6s.
Oh no!
Way to
10.
go.
10. Okay. Okay. You all very intentionally moved through the city trying to make as little noise and disturbing as little of the environment as possible, which has actually made it somewhat difficult to kind of retrace your steps. And so it took you a little while to find a couple of identifying landmarks, but you eventually do find your way back to what looks to be a familiar street. This is where you all had heard those sort of ghost sounds of that of the marching and the many soldiers in metal jangling armor. And you find it because as you get closer to it, you can hear again that sound of, quiet off in the distance, of boots marching, the sound of jangling armor and equipment and whatnot. And sort of as you get closer and closer, it seems to get louder and louder. This is definitely the place. So Maria had actually last seen it from the air.
Yes.
So you're going to need a moment to kind of search around and look for it.
I'll get down and help look.
Sure. Go ahead and make a anyone who wants to search.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make a perception check as you kind of start looking through rubble and such.
Gonna stay by like Elias and search with him.
That's some ground. That's a real fascinating ground over
investigation
there.
or perception?
Perception. Wisdom
Okay.
perception.
24.
14.
Natural 1.
14.
Yeah, you're not really putting any effort into looking for it. You're like, oh, I guess it's not here. All right, time to go.
That's one friend.
Tried.
Yeah. Leah, you're sort of used to looking for small animals in a certain way, and even though this thing is most definitely not alive, you're still sort of looking at where would be little places where something like this might hide. And you very quickly find what looks to be a sort of collapsed rooftop that is reminiscent of what Wuria had described. And looking at it, you can see that from the air, you would imagine this would look exactly like what Wuria had seen. So you sort of like go looking into this dark hole, but the only thing that you see there is a lace handkerchief. Aiden, you're searching around high and low, and you notice sort of on kind of a wall opposite where Leah is kind of like peering down into a small little hole, what looks to be a hand, child-sized-ish, just kind of like resting up on a wall, probably about 7-8 feet up. You can just see like sort of like the fingers kind of like sticking like over the wall like that, just kind of resting up there.
Is there anything below the wall?
So it looks like it's just the side of a building with where the top of it may have been blown off or fallen down or something like that. But when you take notice of it, you see the hand sort of like prop up, and you can see it's cut off at the wrist, and it's sort of just perching there on its fingers.
Great, it's a living severed hand.
We found
Leah's gonna pull out the handkerchief and just. Wuria, you wanna?
Yes.
I think we found the place you were talking about. I don't see anything that looks like it would be an owl beak.
Is the hand just like laid over the edge of the wall, or is it like?
It's now perching on
now
top of the
like
wall.
standing like thing.
Yeah. In fact,
I'm just gonna start slowly reaching for my sword and just kind of like.
And Leah doesn't see this, right?
No. But all of you hear the sound of snapping fingers.
Well, that's unnerving. What's snapping?
Taking the daggers out.
When you pull out your daggers, it sort of like wags at you, and then points at Leah. Snaps its fingers.
I think
I think
the hand wants the handkerchief.
Makes a beckoning move.
Leah?
And then it sort of like hops down off the wall and kind of
like
lands
a
on the
spider,
street.
but worse.
and you can see
this is really weird.
This may be the strangest thing that I've seen here yet, and that's impressive.
On closer inspection, it at first seemed like it may have been a child's hand, but the proportions seem a little bit off. And if anything, it might be a hand of a gnome or a halfling. And it starts.
Is it like a physical hand or like a magical?
Like an actual physical hand, and you can see the stump. It looks like it had been like burned off or cauterized or something, and it starts like scuttling down the street.
Expecting to find magic. Wuria uses detect magic.
So you use detect magic. And this thing is definitely just filled with all kinds of necromantic magic. It kind of stops and turns around and like waves at all of you, beckons.
It wants us to follow it.
And then kind of crawls up a little bit more, stops and kind of like turns back.
Follow the creepy, disembodied hand.
Waria, is this holding up the handkerchief? Is this showing any signs of magic?
Is it?
No, it is a perfectly normal, simple white lace handkerchief.
No, the handkerchief's
No, like
normal.
initials on it. No,
The handkerchief's normal, but the hand is freaking
Thank
So it's
has
all
been
white.
replaced by a dog.
Yeah, but it's got like a lot of white embroidery, sort of in it. So it's like white on white, and you can see that it's got some nice patterns and stuff. It's maybe vaguely cultural. You're not quite sure. It's not something that you're familiar with.
okay.
But
Is there any embroidery or anything like
know
that matching
where
anything
the
like
hand
the
is
girl
heading.
was wearing?
the hand is moving. So it's not going back the way you came from towards the church, but it's also not going back your path that you had been on before. It's going off in a different direction, sort of vaguely straight west.
Do we follow the hand, or do we just decide that this was a bad idea?
I mean,
It's a magic necromantic hand.
It hath not a.
I mean, it
But
didn't jump out and just instantly try and,
Well,
choke
then
one of us.
I mean, then again,
follow
it can't.
carefully.
But it could
Six
be
of
trying
us.
to drag us to whoever's controlling it.
Follow carefully.
That's my suggestion.
it's giving us a thumbs
All
up.
right.
It's very
Yeah.
thing. I love this.
We're gonna like thumbs up and follow. Like carefully follows the hand.
Yep.
Sure.
Yeah.
She
Gonna stay
keeps,
very close to Elias just in case anything jumps out at
Yeah, I was
them.
gonna say, I feel like Leah's just like, Elias, what are you making?
She is continuously pinging detect
What's that,
magic
a lot?
because
Sure.
she can be a walking magic detector, so she might
Yeah.
as well be.
Right. He's like, it's not the strangest thing I've seen.
I'm just gonna hang toward the back of the group through here and just kind of keep an eye out as
I'll
we're
lead the way.
following this thing.
I'll
As
take
long as
front.
we stay together, it should be all right.
Yeah. I feel like Leah with the handkerchief is probably towards the front, like behind Aiden and whatever.
Okay.
Just because it seemed interested in the handkerchief. Maybe. A little confused
It
about
might
that
be a
still.
It's
coincidence.
hard to say.
Maybe.
So the thing about the handkerchief is that it's clean. It is well made,
Yeah.
and it seems relatively new.
Yeah, I was
Like-
gonna say, you said that the roof was like
Yeah.
caved in, so potentially somebody left this here and
Well, and left it there after whatever I saw, because
yeah.
I didn't see a
yes, you-
handkerchief.
So perhaps whoever left this has this owlbee, if that's even what this is that we're following. I don't know.
I
We'll
kind
find
of
out.
doubt it.
Definitely.
You
We'll find out.
follow the hand for a couple of minutes. At one point, it stops, sort of like puts up a hand, kind of like motions for all of you to like go back. Doesn't bark,
Are you
and it
sure?
sort of like scuttles under a rock.
Take cover.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to find a
Definitely.
place to hide.
Yep.
We're
Hearing
looking
that.
for
Alive,
cover to
somewhere
hide in,
safe.
yeah.
As best as
My
possible
first
with
guess,
the
I was like, how does Leah hide? And I'm like, she tries to blend in with the trees. That's
Yeah, I
like
mean,
my mental image of her stealth every time.
right.
I'm a tree.
I'm actually a tree, guys.
Okay. So you all take cover. Please make stealth rolls.
Not as good.
No. How are, people, are
yay.
people like going in various places, or are we kind of trying to keep together?
Yeah, everyone just like.
I'm imagining we just kind of split to the different sides of the road.
Right.
19.
12.
Hey,
You and Leah.
Velas is gone.
Yeah.
Velas is gone. Weir's pretty gone. Aiden's doing pretty well.
All right.
Did Elias roll?
Is he wearing heavy armor?
He's got that
I don't
mithril.
think so.
He's got
right?
the mithril.
He's got that
Oh,
elephant.
mithril.
Yeah, because I was like, I know he's not
Okay.
disadvantaged, because I remember one time we said that and Maggie was like, what?
Okay. So he got a. I have his character sheet up here for specifically these reasons. Okay, he got a 13. Which isn't too bad, all things considered.
Which is better than Leah and Katanas.
Better
Yes.
than Katanas.
So you all move to duck, and a few moments later, you can hear the sound of sort of like thick, flappy, leathery wings, and you can see this sort of misshapen gloomstalker that seems to just, the proportions don't seem to be right at all. It seems to be like bloated in some places and emaciated in other places. And you can see it's like carrying a corpse with it, and it sort of just like flaps through the air overhead, sort of, and every now and again it like drops, like it like lost some of its flight. I'm not sure how you would describe that more accurately.
Lift.
But it's lift. There we go. That was the word, not flight. But it's sort of very awkwardly flies through the air, making its way towards the center of the city.
Where thinks
And-
that is a really ugly gloomstalker.
So it just
Yeah.
passes us by, basically.
Yeah, it just kind of goes overhead. Doesn't seem to have taken notice of any of you or seen you. And a few moments after it's kind of like gone and out of sight, you hear the sound of snapping fingers again, and you can see the hand scuttling on a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm going to follow it.
Buria
Yeah.
continues to follow carefully.
Oh, pardon me. Oh. You reach a certain point where you have to kind of it moves into what looks to be like a darkened archway that may have been an entrance to a building at some point, but it has sort of fallen down a bit, and it kind of like ducks in, and then like a moment later comes back out to the doorway. Sort of, it doesn't really have eyes, so it's really difficult to see like what part of it might be like looking at you or sensing at you, but you all get the sense that it's sort of expectantly waiting for you to follow it into this darkened archway.
Well,
I mean, I guess we follow.
Yeah.
Followed it this far.
Stick close
If
to
everyone
everyone
else is
follow.
going, I'm gonna go too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Follows with radar, magic radar
Sure.
going.
So it gets a little bit dark, which isn't really a problem for you. But I would imagine that since Elias can't see, he'll bring up light, so that you have a source of light. And you kind of go through a sort of a little bit of a winding passageway. It kind of turns one way, turns another way. There's fallen ceiling and wall kind of that you're climbing in and around. But eventually it opens up into what looks to be a very large, your first instinct might be cavern, but it's constructed. You're not quite sure what this building used to be, because most of the interior is almost completely sort of cleaned out. The floors are free of dirt and debris, and it probably opens up like a good 70 or 80 feet and it's roughly circular in shape. And at the center, you can see sort of from a number of stone walls that are sort of resting all kind of on one another, sort of a makeshift hut. And like out of the top of the hut, a slight plume of smoke, and you can smell as close to the smell of onions, like cooking onions, as you can get coming from the hut. And that you can see the hand just sort of making like as it's going, every now and again it sort of like does a little hop, and it just goes right into the doorway of that little hut.
Well,
That's suspicious.
They don't seem to know we were coming anyway.
Yeah. I didn't refresh my spells a lot.
Yeah, so
But so I was gonna say
I'm gonna look at Elias or Velis and just be like, either of you two tell what's in there.
not
I
through
guess
the
I'll
stone.
use primeval awareness.
Sure. Definitely no aberrations in there.
That's good.
But you do
What
get
is
that
it?
ping on your senses of that larger creature within probably a quarter mile.
Which large? The one that we saw before? Or some, or
Well,
something we
actually,
don't
I
know?
would say that you wouldn't know what that larger creature was, but you're getting a large ping that's up in the air. So I'm shortcutting that and revealing that Gloomstalker was an aberration of some kind.
Okay.
That's fair.
I mean,
relay
if it's
that.
a distorted Gloomstalker,
It seems like a reasonable assumption.
Oh, that's interesting.
I mean, I think to figure out what's in the hut, we'll have to go in the hut.
I suppose so.
So what, Kristen? Velis did primeval awareness, but does that only alert to aberrations?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Its favorite enemy.
Leah's gonna go ahead then and let me just double check on how far the range goes on this. So 30
sure
when
it's-
they're within 30 feet of the
Mm-hmm.
hut, at least she's gonna just go ahead and detect evil and good.
Mm-hmm.
Just to make sure they're not walking into like total evil lair of evilness.
Right.
Evil layer of
Evilness.
Yes.
The evil.
Okay, so are you casting the spell Detect Good and Evil, or are you using Divine Sense?
No, I'm casting Detect Good and Evil, or Evil and
Okay.
Good, whatever. Yeah.
Okay.
Which I forget what that actually does, but I feel like that would be to...
Okay. For the duration, you know if there's an aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of you, as well as where the creature is located. Similarly, you know if there's a place or object within 30 feet of you that has been magically consecrated or desecrated. The spell can penetrate most barriers, but it is blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt.
So this hut might
Yeah.
cover it up.
It would have to be a pretty thick hut.
Depends. Or it depends on what it's made of.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, my
or a
Divine
lead
Sense
hut.
wouldn't be any better
Lead
because
hut.
that's any type of total cover
Yeah.
blocks my Divine
Blocks it,
Sense.
yeah.
So I'm like, it's a little stronger.
Right. So it doesn't actually let you detect good or evil.
Which is, yeah, I realized that, and I was like, that's dumb.
Well,
That this spell doesn't-
it's a fix for the old edition problem of my paladin casts detect evil and good. Oh, I'm going to attack the wizard because he's evil.
Yeah.
But you do get just the slightest ping off of Aiden and Wuria of aberration and celestial.
That makes sense.
Hey!
Suddenly Leah's just like raising an eyebrow of like,
Technically, you would have gotten that before as well.
That's true.
Well, I'm trying to think if she's actually cast this particular spell before, though. Like,
Oh, maybe not.
I mean, would her divine sense pick up on that, though? I guess, maybe?
Technically, it would, because it's more or less the same effect.
Yeah. Okay, so she's just like,
So,
I mean, she'll keep it up the closer, like, as they get to the
sure.
hut, because it can go up to 10 minutes. So.
Okay.
I mean, Leah has at this point definitely seen Wiria's unicorn horn.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and she knows there's something weird with Aiden. I feel like hasn't really asked much.
Yeah.
You're
No,
guessing that,
sure,
that his magic comes from is not he's not a wizard, that's for sure.
No.
And he doesn't seem
And
to be
I
a
don't think
sorcerer
it's
either.
from the Wild Mother or the Raven Queen. So
Yeah, no, it definitely doesn't feel like that either. There's no divinity in it whatsoever.
So could I just
as
look around
well-
the group? I'm willing to take the lead going there, but I doth not want to go alone.
of course not.
I don't think it makes sense for anyone to go alone.
No.
Presumably, what's in there at least knows we're coming, given that their hand lured us
Yeah,
here.
that's true.
As you tentatively approach the stone hut, you hear a wizened female voice calling out from the interior. The tea's just come off the kettle, dearies. Come on inside.
So does
Do
this
you
sound
recognize
like
his
the
voice?
This
same
sounds like that
feat?
old lady we had before.
It sounds a lot like that old lady that you encountered before.
Nope. This is
I'm just gonna look
idea.
back at everybody with just kind of an eyebrow raised.
Just.
Oh, you didn't think it was going to be that easy, did you?
And Leah's just gonna look at. Do we want to deal with this again? Elias, you said she was pretty
Yeah.
evil.
Yeah.
She's a fiend.
Yeah.
We could leave.
I feel like if we walk away at this point, things are just going to be worse.
I mean, yes, she does already know that we're here.
Mhm.
Let's just get this over with.
Hey, she sent us an escort.
Yeah. Seems a little odd that she was just like waiting for us there, though. Like,
Just gonna sigh a bit and move to reach for the door, hearing the voice on the other side.
Yeah,
anyway.
I'm just like, I'm coming in. I'm going towards the entrance.
Yeah, Wiria is following behind people.
The door
Grudgingly
is-
following.
The door's cracked just a little bit, like enough for the little hand to get through. You'll have to push it open the rest of the way. And when it does open, sort of a warm, sort of firelight kind of spills out into the, sort of vastness of this empty space. And that sort of whiff of onion becomes that much stronger. And inside you can see just a riotous mess of all kinds of containers stacked up in precarious piles, things that are hanging from wine from the roof. It's like a worst hoarder's den you could possibly have walked into. Just bits and bobs and items all over the place. But you can see, kind of in a cleared out area at the center, over a sort of at a makeshift hearth, is that old woman that you've been speaking to before, and she is currently sort of spooning out with a sort of beaten metal ladle into a variety of various misshapen cups, some sort of steamy brown liquid. And there's what look to be 6 stools of sorts of various things that seem to have been upended, some of their contents kind of just strewn about the ground around them, but decidedly 6 little stools in a semicircle. And she sort of sees you come in and sort of like waves you all in. And the hand that you saw sort of basically looks like it might be dropping in what looked to be like sugar cubes or something into one of the cups, and then sort of serves it to her. And she takes it. Oh, thank you, dearie. Go help your sister. She's having a hard time. And you can see the hand kind of hop down and scuttle over to a section of, it's like almost like an animal nest of sorts. You can see it's like got a bunch of like shredded up scroll or parchment kind of thing, sort of like a little bit of a bed. And you can see another hand. This is actually a left hand struggling to knit something, sort of one-handed. So then the other hand comes in, gets the other needle, and then they start working together to knit. It looks like a something made from this fine white thread. And you can see that they are knitting. I guess knitting is the wrong word. It would be more, perhaps embroidery is the appropriate word. Little fine lace doilies.
I was going to say, Leah's going to look down at the handkerchief. Does it match?
From what you can see, yes. Also, since you're still since you're still concentrating on the spell, yes. You get a huge pulse of evil. This woman is a fiend. And is
Elias wasn't mine.
and she just sort of like looks up at you and beckons you all to sit. And
Maria still has detect magic up, by the way.
Sure. So in addition to all the stuff that you carry, you just get pings and bits and bobs
all over the
place. It's almost like you're getting like a sort of like when you stare at a light too long and you get that weird blurry after effect.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of it is faint, and none of it is particularly strong. But she sort of like reaches behind her and then pulls out this small plush owlbear and sets it on a table next to her, and just sort of settles herself in a little bit.
I'll take a seat.
Gonna stand by the door.
Sure.
I'll take a seat and just pleasantly. I hope your business the other day went well.
It did. Thank you, young man. There's always people in need here in this. And where people have needs, there are those who can gain from them.
Did we just happen to come upon your companion there, or have we been invited?
Oh, I certainly would like to extend an invitation of hospitality to all of you. You are my guests. And she motions to the seats laid out, of which you're the only one who's sitting, I think.
No, Katana sat down a little bit afterwards, but...
Oh, okay.
I was like, Leah is kind of with Velicindi, like, I'm gonna stand by the door.
Okay. But she takes one of the cups, and some of them are, like, one of them looks like it's, like, you know, little Timmy's first ceramic mug, you know? Another one looks like mug. It might be... yeah. Another one might be like a fine crystal goblet. Another one is like just a plain ceramic teacup and that kind of thing. But like none of them are at all similar to one another. None of them are magical that you can tell. But she takes a cup. Was that thunder?
Yeah. I was like, could you hear that?
Yeah.
A little bit.
I thought that was like weird feedback, but
she serves it to you, Aiden. Very,
I'll take it.
Yeah, very, very like politely, sort of, almost in a ceremonial fashion.
Mm-hmm.
And then turns, gets another cup, And then to you, Cortanus, she holds out the cup.
I'll very carefully take it with a slight nod and give a side glance to Wiria, just in case.
Did anyone else sit down?
No, I think Wiria's just sort of hanging out near.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're all
mostly
like,
looking at Wiria for like the detect magic for like a nod
Yeah.
or a shake.
That's honestly part of why Wiria still has it up. Like,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, did the tea
is the
hang it
tea.
Yeah, just a paving.
No.
Okay.
No. And
No magic? Okay, so Wiria just...
now that you're sort of holding it and you can see the steam rising up off it. The smell of onion is definitely coming from whatever this is.
Onion tea.
just what we wanted.
Try not to cry. Moving away.
Yeah, but not like raw onion, but like
Okay, good.
Like French onion soup, but tea.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes more
But
sense.
just
in
without
tea
anything
form?
in it.
French onion tea.
Right. It's got like that really dark, very soupy viscousness, as opposed to sort of a slightly clear tea.
I mean, if this were the Adventure Zone, this tea could be life-changing in positive ways. There's a whole tangent about French onion soup.
Yes, there is.
Oh, okay.
There is actually.
So I have not watched any Adventure
Me
Zone.
neither.
So
You
there
should
are
listen to
no.
it.
You should
Fun.
listen sometime. It's great. It's fun.
So
I've been told.
there will rarely ever be if definitely.
Oh,
rare.
I knew it wasn't a reference. I
Oh,
just I couldn't think of anything else. That was
Yeah.
when we were talking about onions.
There's nothing hidden to be culled from that. It seemed appropriate. But she after she sort of like looks at the rest of and suit yourselves, kind of shuffles back over and sits kind of.
Don't mind them. They don't
So
mean to be
self-comfortable.
rude. They're just on edge with the, the whole city.
That's a very good survival trait. And she sort of takes her cup, and sips it a little bit, and then reaches a hand out over, sort of absent, pets the owlbear a little bit.
I'm doing my best just to not react to that being there.
Okay.
Cortanus is probably not as good
the
at that.
owlbear?
She's
Right.
not. She's kind of watching it.
She kind of like taps her forehead a little bit. I'm blessed, although some may say cursed, with the gift of sight. And how strange it was that when you came upon me the other day.
I saw that.
Yeah, saw that lightning. That I saw this little fellow hiding in the dark, scared. And I thought, surely someone wouldn't want to leave such a treasure behind. And I sent out my friend to go babysit him. And lo and behold, it has brought you back to me. How serendipitous. Now, I can only imagine what poor little elf child left this behind so long ago. Or for what God's forsaken reason would drive you to search for it. But here we are. I have it. You all seem to want it. That puts me in a very advantageous bargaining position.
It's funny because the lightning's on the other side of the apartment, so I see a flash on John's
Yeah.
camera screen, and I'm like, "Oh, here it comes!"
Yeah, it's definitely all coming from that direction.
Yeah, I was like, "I'm hearing it, but I'm not seeing it." So,
Right.
Jesus, a lot. Sorry.
That's okay.
Mega lightning.
I feel
I'm
like
loving it.
after last conversation with this lady, since Aiden seems to be cool with doing the talking right now,
Yeah. This is where Aiden's realm of face.
So she's just, she's looking friendly enough. Like, she's not trying to be standoffish. She's just hanging out, comfortable standing.
Well, can't imagine that you'd be so courteous as to just let us have it and be on our way.
Oh, that wouldn't be so much as courteous as disingenuous.
True.
I mean, it would be just against my nature. There's not much fun to be had in a place such as this, and so I take it where I can.
Huh. You have to make do with what you're given.
Precisely. And truth be told, you're all a much more interesting lot than dour elves that seem hell bent on throwing themselves against whatever it is that's coming through. Nasty creatures, those. They are not good conversationally.
No, I don't imagine they are.
Yeah. They don't make good friends either. And she sort of like briefly glances over to the two hands. No. That was some poor fellow who thought it was much more prudent to avoid negotiation. Simply make off with your prize.
Good to know.
Yes.
So, the real question is then, what are you more interested in terms of trade?
Well, dearie, trinkets and treasures do not make a trade.
That's why I asked the question.
I desire commitment. By bond or by blood?
Like, immediate stare at that.
I feel like Leah's even just like directly now, just like, excuse me, like.
Would you mind clarifying?
Yes. She pulls out a small glass vial, and when she does, like this just lights up with necromantic magic, like Daystar, sort of like whoa.
Yeah, where it's like Rhea blinks a couple times.
So by blood, I mean literally some blood. By bond, well, not so much literally as alliteratively.
So a contract.
Merely just a task, not a contract. No. Besides, I can see that you're taken.
Fortunate for me.
She sort of like looks at you for a moment and then like smiles. It's almost lecherous.
Oh dear.
But she doesn't pursue that at all. No, just a simple task. I mean, this home is suitable, but there are other potential domiciles that I would most prefer.
So you want us to clear one out for you?
In a way.
Seems like a steep price for an old toy.
I'm waiting.
Yeah.
Do you have a counter offer, or are you simply complaining?
So what was her offer? It's been...
She has not really specified.
It's not really clear yet.
She wants a new home somehow, probably. So, like, we probably clear out a place would be the offer.
Yes.
Okay.
I have my eye on it of real estate, but they're difficult to get to, and you would simply be providing a bit of assistance in making it more homey for me. Or you could offer up some blood. Not all of it, of course. That would be quite underhanded. But
How much?
not an insignificant amount. I mean, the jar itself
staring at Cortanus.
Leah's like, nope.
I, as a player, have an idea of what the first winning will be, but I don't know if Aiden does. So,
yeah, no, same.
What?
I
don't even know.
The jar itself looks like it could readily hold like almost a pint and a half, maybe 2.
So enough to not kill you, but like make you not really able to do much else for a while. Sounds.
Yeah. But there is a little bit of a hiccup, you see. While I'm certain, and she's sort of looking at you, Cortanus, that you'd be more than willing to just sacrifice yourself for your friends. I couldn't dare touch you. No, I need the essence. And she sort of like scans, looks briefly at Wuria, and then over to Leah. I need the essence of someone who's good-hearted and pure.
Leah's just like stone-faced, like, nope. Not touching my blood.
But she sort of like sees your countenance and then kind of like looks back at Wuria and smiles.
I mean, Wuria is... So, I am assuming that Elias, who is actually here, is giving off hella no vibes.
Elias standing just behind her going...
It's like the anime, like lightning bolts off of the
between Elias and Leah and the hell no vibes.
In between,
pouring off the two of them.
You don't need message when you get hella no vibes.
That's true.
I think out of those terms,
Seems kind of
we
vibrating
prefer
a
the
little bit.
former.
The blood, then.
No.
Yeah, you said the blood was the former.
Oh,
The latter,
sorry.
then.
Explained.
that's why I was like,
the former explained, probably.
Yes, the former that was explained.
Ah, yes. Well, okay. She rubs her hands together a little bit.
That doesn't necessarily mean that we've agreed to it officially.
Oh, of course not.
I only said that was what we would prefer are the options.
So, I will give you this owlbear, and then, with the owlbear in hand, you shall go make ready my new domicile.
Which place do you have your eye on?
Oh, you've been there before. It was a wonderful night's sleep, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well.
So I would imagine that Elias would be against this.
With a very
Yeah.
Just
strong.
That's kind of why I've been dancing around it.
Feeling.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure I know exactly what this probably entails. It probably means desecrating the church.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Desecrating a church to his goddess.
Yeah. And also the one
That's
that
not
the
gonna make
girl,
her happy.
that the ghost is there, that was her safe place. So yeah, Cortanus is against this immediately. Surely there must be other, better places for the madam.
Perhaps. But I like that one. There's a certain poetry in it, don't you think? She
Not
picks
wrong.
up the plush, sits back, and just kind of holds it on her lap and absently pets it.
I'm looking at Cortanus, basically just trying to gauge, okay, how bad do you want it?
Yeah, kind of glancing back at Aiden.
Cortanus have one of the message pins?
Yes.
Probably.
You still have to speak out loud to use them, though.
Yeah, so it wouldn't quite work here. I like.
Yeah, it would. And,
Yeah.
Oh, this kind of really gives Aiden that conflicted look, like the whole kid is there, so that's a terrible idea to bring it back to.
I mean, you needn't do anything particularly untoward. And then she kind of like looks at Aiden. Although I think I might have a couple of ideas.
No, you'd take care of that yourself, wouldn't you?
I imagine you would.
But I would simply say, simply breaking the enchantment would be enough. You wouldn't have to go do something dirty. Unless, well.
So basically, what enchantments there are now denies you entry.
Of course. My nature. She smiles. And you can see that her teeth are a little bit rotted and kind of Gollum-esque. Missing a couple.
Well, I'm not a man of religion, but I also have really no stake in this, in obtaining this item. So I will let the others make the decision.
I was like cringes and is very like slowly peeking over at Elias, just really apologetically. Oh, shit.
Perhaps we could discuss this outside a little bit and return to you with our decision.
Oh, of course. Please do take some tea with you. It can be very chilly out there.
I'll take
Leah will
backup.
duck out then.
Gonna
by the door
stiffly
and-
push herself back to her feet.
Stepping out.
Start going out.
I feel
I
like
feel like this is a
we
conversation
kind of
that
really
needs-
need Maggie
Yeah.
in person for this discussion.
Damn
That's
it.
part
Which
of
is
why.
like, I
So
mean,
we might just want to take a
she should be
break
there
here
around-
until
yeah.
she gets here.
Is she going to be home soon?
she said she'd be
said
around
10.
10.
Mhm.
So like
9:41.
15-ish,
Mhm.
20 minutes-ish.
Yeah.
I'm totally okay with that, because I haven't actually had dinner. I'm hungry right now.
Mhm.
Then go
Okay.
get food and we can have a break.
So yeah, we can take a little break.
Sure.
Because
That works.
Cortanus is a big part of this. Also, because I'm trying to think, I'm like, would Dispel Magic just get rid of it?
I'm
Supposedly.
not sure. I think so. You'd have to cast it at maybe a
A
slightly
high enough level.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Because what is it? It's hallowed?
it's Hallow. I'm assuming, right?
Probably.
I mean, I cast it automatically at 5th
And-
level, so.
Well, Hallow is. I'm trying to remember what level it is as a base.
Hallow is at least 5 or 6.
It's at least. It's probably at least 5th. Then, if you can do it at 5th level, then that's what it would be. I'm just also like, it's a spell that takes 24 hours to cast.
Yeah.
So I'm like, can a simple Dispel Magic just get rid of it?
Yeah, Dispel, just get rid of the
Yeah.
magical effects.
Yeah.
That just seems weird because it takes a full 24
As long
hours
as
to
it
even cast.
matches,
So, like,
I mean, it's a very powerful spell while it's in effect.
yeah,
Yeah.
because it's permanent until
Yeah.
it's dispelled.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why you have to
There's
roll
a lot
the
of
check
it.
for,
Yeah, then dispelling
dispel.
is the only way to get rid of it. That's the only way to get rid of several high-level magical effects.
Yeah.
Oh.
But I mean, that's the thing is like dispel doesn't get rid of anything. You have to. It doesn't get rid of everything automatically, which
Yeah.
you can check.
And Elias doesn't have 5th level slot. So.
Hollow is 5th level.
Yeah, so we would have to roll.
Aiden.
I would just do it.
I was gonna say I would yeah, Aiden has a spell. I would imagine that
But I'm
Elias
still waiting on.
wouldn't wanna be
Okay,
the
how
one to
bad
cast
do you
that.
actually want this?
Yeah.
Guys.
Right.
Well, and there's,
oh
I
my
feel like
God.
there's other implications because I'm like letting this fiend thing into the ground then where that child lies. I'm like, we could just be killing the child completely.
Yeah,
like,
that's
they're already dead, but like,
Right.
I'm like, is it
Like
worth
taking
the
the
owl there
soul,
to lose the child? You know? Yeah, that's what I'm like.
Yeah. You're trying
Yeah.
to kick yourself
Well,
so
that's in my
hard into
head.
that entire situation
That's
that came
sort
from
of
this.
why Wiria was like, can we just discuss this outside?
Yeah.
Like, she was like, I don't think this is a conversation we want to have right in front of this lady.
Yeah.
I mean, if once we step outside, if you guys try, like, I really don't think it's going to make a difference whether we're
She
in here or out
knows,
there.
yeah. Unless there's like in the hut.
You know, if it makes you guys
In the
feel
hut.
better, you can have this conversation out here. But I'm pretty sure if she saw us sleeping at the temple, she's got eyes and ears on us out here.
Yeah.
She might at
That's
least
a
not
good
be able to go
point.
through the
Yeah.
hut. Maybe. Maybe not through the hut.
I don't know.
Hmm.
Yeah, we don't know how she was able to see us there.
There are plenty of spells.
No, I know, but that's what I mean. Is like if it was a like spell that she had to sit and concentrate on, then so.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to get into voice my phone
And go get some foods.
get some foods. And
Yeah,
get off
I gotta take a break. Anyways,
I shoved
So
food
that
in my
way,
face
if any
already,
of you
so
are
I'm good.
still,
All right, everyone, break time.
I did
I'm
not
gonna
shove
turn the
food in
break
my
time.
face.
Break time.
Break time. Start.
Break time.
Or talking.
Inflict wound.
Okay.
Actually, I'm going to
Hold
do
on, it's not
inflict.
going in my
whoops.
headphones.
Oh no.
Like whoops.
The echoes.
Oh no.
Whoops. I made a terrible mistake.
Well,
Amazing.
Sorry, hold on.
So far,
You're fine.
it's fine. This is fine.
Get
Everything's
a
fine.
move
Everything's fine.
on.
All right.
Getting
I am going to
bored
take
up
the puppy
here.
outside real quick because
Is he
it
talking?
seems like a
For
good thing to
whatever
do while we're
reason,
on break.
it's not coming through my
You
settings.
guys.
Dang.
I mean, why isn't he shouting at the slugs
Okay, I'm
then?
gonna mute
Shit, I'm
myself.
sorry, y'all. I'm sorry.
And they're the ones that really are moving kind of slow right now.
That echoed like 4 times and it was amazing.
So, as a question, when you hit him with acid, does it have to be enough to actually do damage, or just any kind of acid?
Are you just gonna like throw up on him?
I was wondering if that's what you were humming.
Stomach
like,
acid?
Actually, now that you see it,
Oh,
I wasn't
God.
thinking that, but yeah, that would work.
Is a ready supply of acid?
I really want to find a way to just
that
like
does one acid.
finagle this.
Throw
Yeah,
up.
I mean, honestly, that's honestly what Aiden's saying. I was like, if you really want it, you don't feel like when I do it, do
Oh,
you guys
that's
feel like
even
we can take you in a fight? Because that's the other
Wait,
option.
let me get the flame blade right.
I'm listening in, but I'm muted.
Flame
But
blade.
yeah, so hold on. Yeah, if someone has a question or needs something, just let me know. I'll be listening.
All right. You
I think
pop
that
a
just
flame
depends on how
blade in
powerful
your
she
hand.
actually is.
Bauer, how do you make yourself vomit on the slug?
Yeah, depends on that. Depends on whether if I don't know, maybe the plush probably wouldn't help the kid to actually get
On the
the hell
list
away
of
from
things
there.
I
but-
never thought would happen in a D&D game, my players vomiting on an enemy to kill it.
Thanks, Cortanus.
Yeah, that's exactly what she needs right now.
Roll to hit
Oh
the
my
slug with
god.
vomit.
Yeah, it's not the tracks didn't necessarily
Oh,
get
this is gonna be
smaller,
fucking
Fike. They just changed.
Okay, you all
and
wanted to
became
go on this
bipedal
side
instead of
quest.
quadrupedal.
I'm just not making it easy.
To be fair, yeah, at least out
Fast
of
it up.
character.
The bear's
interested in
walking
it.
on 2 legs now.
Yes, out of character, me absolutely wanted to go get all
it's
these
definitely
fellas.
not
She's like,
bear
why the
tracks
fuck are we
anymore,
doing
so-
this?
Oh yeah, that's why Aiden was like, yeah, this really like
They're
serves no
definitely-
purpose for us.
they're
And then
definitely
Cortanus was like,
Father
yeah, but
fucking
usually like, I don't want to just leave an
Oh, yeah,
abandoned
nah.
child. And Aiden's just like,
Like, you fucking idiot. It's still a fucking bear.
fine.
That's how we
Tricky bear.
Yep.
It found shoes. It put shoes on.
Yeah.
Hey, if you give me buttons to push, I'm gonna push buttons.
With the laces.
This is what happened to the last traveler.
I mean-
Fell for
Also, Velis doesn't like it
Before
either,
it's that
but
last
if it's that
traveler's
important to Cortanus, it's like, oh, we'll do it then.
Oh God!
I don't know how big that would be, but I assume it's.
And that
still-
was when God carried the bear.
Yeah. God.
Okay.
For the love of cord, stop.
Oh my god.
All right, we know that there are a million
kind
and
is the
one bear
question?
puns out there.
Caramel macchiato.
And I can. You know what?
I
You know what,
can't
guys?
bear you
I'm.
anymore.
I'm
Yeah,
barely
it's
holding
fine.
myself
Yeah,
together
yeah,
right
I'm
now.
into
Let's
that.
turn
God,
to
this is
Persona 4 very
unbearable.
quickly.
Caramel swirls,
This is
chocolate,
just
and coffee.
unbearable.
Yeah, that pun was unbearable.
It's one of
That
those
sounds really
Neapolitan
good.
mixes.
All right, everybody got them out of their system.
Commit this grisly murder.
And then at least
All right. Anyway,
We're good.
all right, that's what we're gonna call it tonight.
Made
With that
myself a
confirmation,
matcha
especially,
latte
she'll just
because
look at
I
Elias and say, I
frivolously
do
decided to
believe
buy this
Maria is
thing that like
correct.
heats and
believe that
froths
your
milk at the
goddess
same
is
time. So you just
protecting
dump some milk and some matcha powder in there,
That
and
might explain why
she's
my
doing a
latte
shit
so nice.
job of it, isn't she?
Belle's got
Super
my
good.
I mean, hey, she just deals with the aberrations are way.
Yeah. Yes,
that stuff, whatever that was, that is.
I guess that's good enough.
We won't
That
have to
was
worry about
fucked
undead
up,
here.
I
I have to
believe,
imagine.
is the term.
Sort of
Yeah.
mindlessly
Thank
sketching.
you, Cortanus. Yeah.
She's learning.
Shit is fucked.
Some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this.
The T-Rexes are now turtles.
All the way down?
Yes.
I'll be mean to this turtle right here.
Okay.
stuff is really good.
You do know what
My
happens
Wednesday
when you-
night, one of my Wednesday night friends I met at Dragon
Flip
Con,
over
and he
the
gave me this
turtle.
like Mexican whiskey from Atlanta that's really good. And then I gave him some meat from our Ren Fair.
That's
Yeah,
just
it-
mean.
I can't do like whiskey or anything like
They
that on
attacked
its
us.
own, but with cider,
That's on them.
it's so damn good.
I mean, it was coming right for.
I wanted to go to Ren Fair, and I'd actually asked Amanda about going.
You saved my
And
life,
we
man.
we were talking about it, but then it was like, oh, I got a super short paycheck.
You know, did
this
she
week,
tell you how?
And she had
like,
D&D.
If you
So it
find
was
this
like,
elf, how do you know it's the right
because
one?
it
There's
doesn't
a lot
work.
of dead, sad elves in
This
this
is Pirate
one.
Weekend, I'm missing it, but it's been so
Make a history
good.
check.
Just, I don't
Cortanus
wanna
cringes
swim
again.
on my garb.
Leah, history
Our
check.
pirate
for
weekend
sad
was a
elf
few
knowledge.
Let's be fun. Let's be fun.
It's like
If you remember any
something.
stories.
We were
Just
carrying a
wanted to
sad
go,
elf at
though.
one point. It was a bag.
Like, I made a mistake. I think season and this
Well,
wrong.
Yeah.
Like I don't think you're
I
happy when
haven't
you
been
get
at
a
all.
bag.
But it's like there's
I kind of want Cortanus to say that.
the only other
hilarious.
weekend I could potentially go. I would to get
Although
the only
most
other
likely it was probably
weekend-
multiple elves that went
Yeah.
into the formation.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Did not want to think about that part.
it might run to the
Oh, that bag just
19th,
keeps getting
but
better.
I
You don't
don't
recall
have
any
the money.
specific.
Anyway, I get paid again on the
What's this other
11th,
book that
but
you
I'm
speak of? And she
going
sort of
out of state on the
closes
13th, so I don't really want to
closes the
spend
book
a whole
in
day
Dwarvish,
there and then have
and
the road
she
trip the
kind of
next day.
sits up a little bit
Yeah.
and sits
That
back.
just sounds like a bad time.
Sort of in that centered watery area. And with a lot more dexterity than you would expect,
At least somebody.
actually slips the
And the
dwarvish
decision
book
was,
into
nope,
the bag
don't
of
trust it.
holding.
Oh,
And then flips open
just
the butter churning milkmaid.
I'm
Flipping
too
through
much
it,
that
sort of
somebody
page by
from
page.
Twitch
very
things that I
accurate in
know
how she
came in and was like
She
watching,
was.
and they were worried about
not
my
wrong.
mental state during that first
And
little bit. They thought I was
after a moment,
actually
she just
sad.
stopped.
Like, this is what D&D is.
Bellis is doing his absolute best
If you need
to
to
keep a
talk, whisper
completely
me. Like,
straight
I
face.
don't know you that well, but thank you.
Maria is keeping a straight face.
Eliza's trying so hard not to laugh.
I saw that. I
Bellis has
popped
high
onto
charisma.
the Twitch
I think
stream
he's
for a little
good,
bit to
but
see, and I was like, "Oh, person, it's okay." But you're very caring and kind.
Right. There's nothing.
I'm just going.
She like she turns like one page, and she's like reading through it. She kind of
seriously thinking
Well,
I
she
was
flipped
for
through a
real,
bunch of
but
it.
it's a nice try and
She
ego
stops.
boost for my acting ability.
And she turns her head to sort of like regard you and look at you,
I know something about not really being here.
and then she looks back to the book.
Maybe.
Oh, we just gave
I mean,
the
I guess
dragon a
if
bodice buster.
I would probably
And she looks back to you.
We don't. Unless it is that thing I saw,
I have
we don't
lived
even know
for
where it
almost
could be.
1,000 years. I have seen
That's why I was
the ending of the world and the birth of a new one, and in all that time, I have never
As I said, it was cute,
experienced
but I don't know what it was. I didn't. I mean,
anything like
Do you
this.
know how far
something we don't
you
have
are
in
from
common.
the
She
people
sort of like
where you saw that?
leans down, looks at
DM?
all you, like a little bit closer, and like, do you little people?
Also, I'm hoping my
Pretty
mic
much
hasn't
of
been
this?
doing the popping thing lately after I updated the engine. Have you heard of the great
It's been mostly okay since the beginning.
Perhaps more
I have to
common
be
than it should
careful
be.
about.
But
Yeah, sometimes when you get a little bit louder, it does
degrees
it.
of quality.
Okay. So I just need to make sure I stay a decent distance from the mic and not.
it seemed like something that perhaps said you have not
Pop
had
filter.
the opportunity to experience.
Yeah, it has a pop filter, but it doesn't do that much for the crackling is internal, I
into
think.
the bag holding with the other
I have to
book.
just reload all my settings every so often.
And thus ends the saga.
I also changed the bitrate on the software, so that might be it. Because
We gave it to a dragon.
Audio latency issues.
Okay, this is probably the worst use of an insight check ever, but does she seem to like it?
Your air conditioning is very loud again, Kristen.
I don't understand, because it makes almost no sound. But for whatever reason, if I'm quiet, my mic decides that it has to pick up any slight background noise and
And then amplify it, yeah.
because it's very, very quiet. So I don't know why it's suddenly pulling in on that.
And that is why I changed from my condenser mic to the dynamic one, so it doesn't pick up all the
Alright.
background stuff constantly.
Go into the Whispers channel.
I just and I mean I have my other headphones, but they pick up quieter tones of better. So whenever I use my other ones, things don't get picked up. But then I use these and it picks up too much.
I thought very carefully, by the way, about how weary I
I
should
would
describe the
probably
spot.
say
She wanted to be 100% accurate,
I
but
don't know who
also,
this person is, but they keep liking all of my super quick sketch tweets lately, and it's kind of.
The dragon's just putting in the name of like her high school's crush.
Wait, person I don't know.
The dragon creates the first fanfic.
I know something about not really being here.
I want you to bring me more.
So if it helps, then what the hell?
It's just starts writing fanfic.
I'm gonna go.
Full on dragon age.
Eventually becomes a world-renowned smut writer.
It's fine if you want to do it, Cortana.
God, she finds it later
The only
in
reason
a
I want
different
you around
life.
is 'cause of how useful you are.
He kind of looks at Aiden at that for a moment.
Well, I had fun.
I don't know. It seems like a rather
important to you than
satisfying finish, don't you think?
I don't know. I'm pretty satisfied.
Many times.
Around is because of how useful you are.
He set himself up for that.
Elias just falls out of his chair.
The sun quickly reaches out to catch him.
This is at least
It's fine if you want to do it, Cortanis. Like,
Don't talk like the only reason we want you around is because of how useful you are.
I'd like to know about it.
Of course, I shall follow their lead. Yeah. But for now, I know thou wishes to have thy spell time.
Spell time?
She doesn't really know.
That's a phrase.
She's like, that's...
Is that what they're calling it now?
He wants to go alone into the bedroom. Put out some incense. What are you?
So many good pictures of people together. Like, damn it, next time. Next time.
It's gonna take me like 2 minutes.
All right. Well, we can be pretty sure that the cult is out there, but they're not using, at least not this town, and probably not any of the others. Then.
If only it was on the West Coast
somewhere.
Isn't it normally on the West Coast?
It is. It's San Diego.
I think it's usually, yeah.
To speak to the animals.
You mean East Coast?
Possibly the
Yeah, I mean, if a bunch of you come out, I'll probably find a way to get down there.
desert further.
Oh yeah, you're
You
not.
should definitely ask them. Yes.
I can never tell like where.
Once
I know
we head
where
out,
San
which we probably
Francisco
want to
is in
do
comparison to
actually
LA
fairly
because
soon,
of offices
Twilight
and
is
stuff.
the
But I don't
best
really
time
know where
to
like San
travel
Diego
in the
and
desert.
like Fresno and all those kind of compare in the grander gist of California.
Fresno's in the middle of nowhere, and San Diego is like basically San Diego is on the border with Mexico.
Oh, okay.
It's south of Orange County. If there's no traffic, you can make it an hour easy, but there's often traffic, so it's usually 2 to 3.
Okay. So it's like south.
But yeah.
Okay.
South of LA.
I think I'm about ready.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you've been here for a couple hours listening to these stories. It's sun will be setting soonish.
Hearing that, just be like, just flat tone plain.
Then we will go search for a carcass.
And just stands up.
Living vicariously through people otherwise. I'm fine with that.
You do that.
And they've been putting up like stage stuff on Twitch, so it's nice.
I love how accepting you guys are of Kristona's
So
weird.
my friend Rockout, that was great.
Just as a side note.
I'm as surprised as anyone, honestly. Honestly. Start heading out, searching around for any sort of like dead animals on the side of the streets or something like that that are around the outskirts.
Roadkill.
Yep, exactly. Literally roadkill. That is absolutely what she's looking for.
You don't have to look very
What's the best
far.
you said you saw
This
the
is not a clean
layout a little
place.
bit? What do you think? Should I keep
Mm-hmm.
it or try something?
Within maybe
it looks
5
nice.
minutes of wandering around, you
I don't know much about like what other layouts normally look like, so I'm like, it's a pretty background.
Yeah, we just don't have. I can't use.
By a couple of children.
Yeah, I can't use the full stuff since Maggie isn't here. But once she comes in, I can put like the little. I just reformatted the sidebar type name cards that we have to be like underneath everyone's picture.
Just pointing at the dog.
Underneath everyone's video, but since Roll20 has specific placement for everybody, it would throw it off when somebody's not around.
What do you
Except
got
you,
for
Bess, since you're the general like last one on
I'm
the
at
list.
the end, yeah.
Yeah, you're at the end all the time, so. But anyone else, it would mess up everything. So I probably have to set up individual
Sorry to
layouts for
throw out that.
depending on who's there or not. Which I guess I can program that into one of my buttons over here. So
Trade.
I can do that. It just takes a lot more time that I
you
didn't have
don't?
at the moment.
That just means
We're-
it's easy if I fall asleep early.
You want this, you gotta
It's
give us
fine.
something
I'm working
for
on
it.
getting it set up where it.
Something good. Something tasty.
Or I can just press a button and adjust things that way. It'll just take a lot of finagling.
Tasty.
Mostly just name cards, that's it.
I'm thinking, looking into bag.
But I like
There's
the idea,
a bit of
like
chocolate
I saw
on the edge of my bowl, and I went to eat it, and my mic hit the bowl first, and I was like, oh.
Ouch.
Let's see.
Been there.
And pull out
I got
like a ration, like a couple rations.
I'm kind of liking. I saw this in the background of another D&D game. I was like going through for inspiration on ones that were currently
And
like
kind of,
playing at
like,
the moment or live.
pulls
I was
off
like,
a bit of the rations,
they
put
have
it
this
away
like
for part of it.
background that's just
Your
like a
children
looping
are too
video
fat.
of snow falling and trees, and I'm like, that's really interesting. What other like free background videos can I find? I saw these embers. I'm like, fuck yes.
Yeah.
I'm
Like
sorry.
particles, technically.
Could you repeat that for me?
Yeah, no, but they look cool.
Just call
Or
children
some
eating a
working
rotting
without
dog in
slowing
an
down,
alleyway
so-
too fat?
I might keep those.
No, she said their children are too fat. Just going based on what Dick Roy said to that guy when he was haggling.
I haven't added enough new clips to my list for break time.
Oh,
We're
God.
gonna run out by the time come back together. But I guess
What are you talking about?
So
Is this not how one haggles? That is how Diggeroy
I need new
taught
clips
us.
though. I'm going through the same list over and over.
We need another halfway in comedy episode.
Yes, yes, please. Oh my god. We're like, I'm sure we can get like comedy out of like hanging out in home for a bit.
As he's like walking past you.
You gotta find that clip of whenever John said the Shadowfell smut or whatever.
Oh, it's definitely
that you
it's
were
in my
talking about
clips. It's
earlier.
just not. I
Oh, is
haven't
it in there?
exported
There's
it.
lots of
I haven't
other
exported it to YouTube to go in the playlist that draws from.
Take the dog.
Yeah,
that's the
you
only
gotta
difference.
put that in there.
But yeah. Wait, what was that?
Pleasure
I know I clipped that.
Business with
Because I'm honestly even curious, like which
gives us like
what time
slight
that was
smile.
exactly.
Or did I even clip? Or did I actually put it on my YouTube list? Now I'm curious.
The
I
child
might have.
extends a single
Timing
think I did, yeah.
is one of my great comedic talents.
It was very
Yes, it
good.
is.
The sad thing is, I think it was like underneath something, so like I don't know how many people actually heard it. Like
Well,
I
like,
definitely
so
heard
that's-
it, and I was just like, yeah.
That's the thing. I was like, I remember Callie telling me before you and I were even dating, John, like you were in one of her classes at Valley Forge and sat like behind her, and she would be like, John says the funniest things in class and nobody else hears them, and it's hilarious. Like, she's like, he just makes these comments and like out of nowhere.
Heading towards the outskirts.
Like, and I was just like, yeah, he does. That like sounds about right.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah.
Specifically, this one's called. That one's called.
No, I knew I clipped this. Oh, there we go. Don't drink the dark angry Shadowfell liquor. Got it.
It's a weird name for an island.
It's probably
Got it.
not
Fuck
particularly.
it, I
You
said
really
it.
don't want to go there.
It's Fuck Island.
It's either the best or the worst island in the archipelago.
So named.
It's definitely not a mediocre experience, though.
So named because everybody who goes there says, "Fuck, this is a terrible place."
That's actually their slogan. Fuck, this is a terrible place.
Yeah, it's what their tourism bureau tells people. Yeah. So as you're going by Fuck Island, you hear some crows saying, "Yeah, the people on Fuck Island are."
Yep,
white."
nobody got that.
It was so
I don't suppose the
I was
crows
sad nobody got
recognize
it.
any cult symbols.
Nah, no cults there. Just 3 different groups of
Stream
people
got it,
with
and
very
that's what
strong
counts.
ideas about about what to do.
Just a bunch of fuckers, really.
Yeah, basically.
So these fuckers want to raise taxes.
Only some of the horrible things going on are cult things. The rest are just regular terrible people.
Yes, just that under
Just double checking.
spell smut on the other hand.
That's fair.
They're like the
Yes.
smut.
Like,
I kind of want to know who our neighbors are, but
I should get more water. I do that.
that'll be on that goes on to the to-do list.
All right. Yeah. I will. Let me come up with some quick faction names for you while we're sailing.
You know, the factions that we can get to fight each other harder. The factions that we can get to fight each other harder.
Sure.
Shit, I'm
They're already in a turf war. You can't start one amongst them.
Fuck Island.
Stop the turf war.
On a Monday game.
We need to unite the
We tend to
fuckers
like
against
joke with the DM whenever he like
common fuckery.
makes an expletive in the middle of explaining something. We just kind of run with it. So he's talking about
under
like
the banner
like,
of common
I called this
fuckery.
island fuck, and then they're like, "Fuck Island, it is." Then
Oh,
he just kind of went off on a tirade about it,
Fuck Island.
about like all the factions on Fuck Island.
Oh,
I thought I didn't have enough caffeine for this, but apparently I do.
There's the fuckers who just want to fuck shit up, the dammers that are really big on building dams, and the shitters who are really big on public
I'm
infrastructure.
just gonna go ahead and start.
Names are hard, guys. Names are hard.
At least you haven't
You're gonna
accidentally
see more of
named
it.
like a lot of demons and like characters that you want to be really badass. You accidentally like
Alrighty.
give them a nickname, and we just run with the nickname and forget their actual name, like Chucklefucker, the demon.
So yeah, you passed by Fuck Island. The fuckers are fighting.
Well, it's like in our other campaign
the
where
fuckers are fighting
Emmy
the
just
shitters
started
again?
calling this Dendar whatever evil snake god. I don't even know what Dendar actually is because we
The
just
Night
refer to
Serpent.
it as
Oh, yeah, the Night
Giga Death
Serpent.
Snake. We just refer to it as Giga Death Snake, like in game. It's just Giga Death Snake, like 'cause, yeah.
Fuck you all.
Like we shouldn't forget about Giga Death Snake End of the World stuff, right? Yeah, okay. Like that is our big boss that we're leading up to is Giga Death Snake.
I made a warlock of Giga Dice Snake, so that I might have to use that in the future when I actually play it.
It's just really funny. Like I think Emmy just offhandedly called it that one time, and then like.
Which is true because Nene would not care enough.
Yeah.
Nene would just
Yeah,
remember the
very
actual
much
name.
so.
If we
Just a Giga
Nene
Death
is our wizard. Nene does not give any fucks ever.
Does she have negative
or if
charisma?
we refuse to do it, we would not.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I don't know her actual stats, but I know her charisma sucks.
And I'm gonna insect wound.
Who basically just should just carry
I'm gonna
a
do
sign
it.
around that just said, "I'd rather be drinking."
Yeah. Like we get home from any like
whoops,
adventuring anything,
As
and
if
she goes
I
straight
made
for
a
Travis'
terrible
liquor
mistake.
cabinet every single time. It's like I'm in there, I'm raiding the cabinet, finding the most expensive bottle, drinking it. Like
The far
That
shows
sounds
from the
familiar.
depths of the floor. Get a move on!
Eventually throwing
and then it's
platinum.
great
Bored
because
up
I was like, because then she'll like walk past Travis and be like, "Hi," and he'll be like, "Who's that?"
You guys.
But drunkenly
I
mistaking.
get that
glass of
reference
wine
now.
Yes.
They're not doing anything.
That's one of our guys.
And they're the ones that really are moving
One
kind of slowly.
time, you let the rogue get real shit-faced, and he never lives it down.
So as a question, when you hit him with acid, does it have to be enough to actually do damage or just any kind of acid?
Pretty sure the worst
like,
Aiden
throw
has
up
done
on
when he
him?
was drunk was just like use minor
Stomach
illusion to
acid?
screw
Actually,
people.
now that you
Whereas Bailey's
I wasn't thinking that, but
There you
yeah,
go.
that would work.
I'm still just so proud of that moment. Just like I used minor illusion to make a fake shot glass in front of Bellas. He pours liquor out on top of the table.
I don't think I was awake for that one.
No, I totally did that. I was like, he just started pouring liquor out onto the table.
Alright, that has to be a card now. Pouring liquor into a illusion shot glass. Like that has to be a card now. I did not know about that.
Oh man, I forgot about that.
Flame blade in your hand.
Or like
Valor,
making it look
how do
like you
make
pissed yourself by
blood
pouring
on
through an
the floor?
illusory shot glass. It needs to be like, oh, that's a good idea.
Is flip-flop one word? No.
On the list of
Hyphenated,
things
just
I
2 words.
never
It's not
thought
class.
would
Two words.
happen,
It's 2 words.
you begin
I teach music, not English.
vomiting on an enemy.
I'm not
Kill
good at
it.
English.
Hey, buddy.
Well, presumably Maggie should be home soon.
Yeah, she should
Yay.
Roll
Haku and I ran
blood
into
with
his
vomit.
best friend.
Yeah, it's not the tracks didn't necessarily get smaller.
Kira.
Like they just changed
And then,
and became bipedal
we were talking
instead of
to-
quadrupedal.
Wait, isn't Kira the name of another Studio Ghibli character?
Fast it up. The bear, the bear's
like
walking
the
on 2
Dark
legs
Crystal.
now.
I know, I was just thinking that too.
No, it's definitely not bear
Studio-
tracks
Studio
anymore.
Ghibli I don't think it is.
No, they're
What's the name of Oh, I was thinking it was the name
they're
of
definitely
the,
humanoid.
the female Wolf Rider girl in
That's San.
Like, you fucking
Yeah.
It's still
Yeah, San.
there.
But the guy in that is
shoes. It puts shoes on.
I was like, it's an A. Yeah.
Kira is Haku's best buddy.
With the laces.
They play like crazy things.
This is what happened to the last traveler. It fell for
And so they played, and I was talking
Lawrence,
to
last
Kira's
traveler's
mom
skin.
about. I think they're gonna dog sit Haku for during
I don't-
AUSA.
I don't know how big that would be, but I assume it's.
And that was
still-
when God
Yeah.
carried the bear.
In exchange for potentially me giving her sewing
God.
lessons.
Oh, that's a fair trade. Yeah.
Well, and they, it's like they live in the building. They have a dog.
All
who
right,
gets
we
along
know
with
that there are a
Haku.
million
Yeah.
and one bear puns out there.
Great.
And I could, you know what, guys, I'm barely holding myself
Drinking. I
together
feel like
right now.
when people finally get Jonas to drink, it's just going, he's going to disappoint them
This is
by
just
being able to drink them all under a
Yeah, that
table because he has really good
unbearable.
pun.
Bella's
What is-
really low
Alright,
con,
everybody
but
go on.
hilariously tends to roll really well when drinking.
What is Cortanus' con?
Wow.
Well, con saves. but-
All right.
Okay, I was like, how do you put
With that
Yeah,
confirmation, especially, she'll just
I'm
look
trying to
at
think, has
Elias
Leah
and
ever
say,
actually like drank
I
anything? Have they drank
believe
anything?
Leah's
No, I mean it's been pretty much like
your
you know
goddess is
Yeah.
death, gloom, and
protecting us.
drama. You know,
Yeah.
once you left home.
She's doing a shit.
Because I never really stopped to think much about like whether or
Oh,
not
buddy,
Leah
you're
would,
fine.
I mean,
you
hey,
know,
she just
be
deals with
somebody that
the
would
aberrations are
tend to
way
yes,
like
I-
drinking or
that stuff.
whatever,
Whatever that
like-
was, that is.
like I'm trying to
What
think in
kind of
other
about
campaign
undead
like
here, I have to imagine.
is the term.
because I know it's come up before, but I don't remember if Tay's ever actually.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure Tay has not.
I feel like she's because I was like,
She's learning.
I know it's come up, and like she's had the chance to drink several times, but I'm like, I feel like she doesn't.
The T-Rexes are now turtles.
I don't remember now. Because I know I'm pretty sure there's a time when Anvir tried
All the
to
way
buy her a
down?
drink, and that was just funny.
Yes.
Anvir being the younger sibling of Nene. Nene is a
I'll be
23-year-old
the
elf.
here.
Tay is 132.
Okay.
So the younger brother
Do you know what
of the
happens when you-
23-year-old, so under
Oh.
23, is like trying to hit on this elf that's 132, and she's just looking at him like, "Oh, poor baby, like you small child."
Whoa. Haku, you just played with Kira. We're not going back outside.
Aw. It's funny
whining
too
at the
because
door.
Tay is like
They
really
attacked us.
small, like she's
That's on them.
4'11".
I mean,
So
he's
like
coming
she
right
probably
toward
doesn't
Big
really
One. What
look
else can you
like
expect me
she's
to-
that old of it now. So
You saved my
it's
life,
just funny.
man.
Also, Andre's just on here. and
You know, did he
He's-
tell you how?
He's a
like,
warlock, isn't he?
If you find this elf, how do you
He's a
know it's
warlock
the
slash
right
bard,
one?
yeah.
There's a lot
Yeah.
of dead, sad elves in this wood.
Back to the Fae.
Yeah, he's an
Charles
archer
cringes
warlock.
again.
Yeah.
Leah
Back
history
to the
check.
fabulous.
Sad elf knowledge.
No, that literally. I was like, he is
If you
a
remember that any
basically
story,
a masked vigilante
We were carrying a sad elf
bard.
at one point. It was a bag.
Yeah, it's
With a warlock pact.
yeah,
Well,
yeah, it's because the
Like, I don't think you're happy when
I
you
just
become a
blanked on
bag.
what color the owl is. I was like, it's crimson mahogany or
Purple.
whatever. Oh, it is just purple. Okay, I was
I kind of
picturing
want
purple, and I
Cortanus
was like,
to
that
say
sounds
that.
dumb,
Just
but
because
nope.
that's the
It's
word,
well,
the
it's
purple owl.
phantom. It's phantom,
Phantom
owl,
out. There we go.
but it's
On.
purple.
But yeah, it's just like purple owl mask, and he like puts it on and like
The Fae
Fae
possessed.
possesses him basically, and yes, he becomes the Phantom Owl, and it's really funny because you're like high on beer, like this little like teenage boy running around in it basically.
I love Feylock so much. I can't wait to play my Fey Monk Lock.
Closes the
Again,
book and
just
goes,
Hey, Monk Lock. Okay.
sits up a little
Trying to
bit.
be like a monk and accidentally stumbles into an Archfey pact,
sort of in
and
that
now has like
centered
a sprite
watery
familiar
area.
that doesn't like people besides
And
her, and
with a
will
lot
stay
more
invisible the
clarity
entire
into its
time, but she
back,
doesn't like
actually
speaking
flips the
telepathically
dwarvish
to it, so it's just
into the
one
bag
side of a
holding.
conversation that people think she has an imaginary friend.
And then flips open.
Oh dear.
So basically, it speaks telepathically back.
Yep.
Flipping through
Because
it, page by
yeah, so
page.
everyone just thinks she has an imaginary friend that she talks to.
She was.
No, he's so cool, you guys.
Tip is the
And you can
best.
see
He's
after
just
a
very
moment,
shy
she just
around people.
stops.
Bellis is doing his absolute
an
best to
imaginary
keep a
friend.
completely straight face.
Yeah.
Where is keeping a
So I do
Don't
use
worry.
Eldritch Blast as like a
trying
passive
so
fist,
hard not to
and
laugh.
Bellis
just like
has
make
high
a big fist
charisma. I
that comes
think
flying at people.
he's good, but it's
Or not.
Yeah.
I want to do
It's a
my.
little bit Amelia from Slayers, a little bit.
Right.
Just a tiny bit.
I'm just going
Sun Soul Monk Barbarian,
She,
Yeah, it was a
she
Sun
turns
Soul.
like
Yeah,
one page,
based on Bakugo
and she's like
from
reading
My
through
Hero.
it.
nice.
She
I
kind
do
of-
need to see Macadamia. I really do.
Well, she
Yeah,
a bunch of it.
season 4 starting in like 2 weeks.
I watched a bit of
So
it,
much catch
but
up
not.
to you.
And she turns her
I was
head
so
to
glad
sort of,
Maggie
like,
finally said she started
regard
watching it. I was
you
like,
and look at
yay,
you.
because it's. I feel like just describing
she
the
looks
premise
back
is
to
like.
the book.
I mean, I don't know. Once you described the premise to me, I was like, oh, that sounds interesting. But like,
I need to watch it.
I feel like it. Once
It's
you get through
it's an
a couple
extremely
episodes,
well
it's so
done.
good.
Is basically what it is.
It is.
And I am already shonen
have
trash.
lived
I will
Yay, shonen
invariably
trash.
fall
1,000
into the
years.
shonen
Oh my
pit
gosh,
if you
yeah.
give me a shonen series.
Yes.
The
So
air,
I-
one
that's-
of the world.
That's
actually why I haven't started it yet,
And in all
because
that
I
time,
know how much I'm going to
never-
like it because
my
I am
gosh.
shonen trash. So that's why I've been waiting.
If you guys come up for like
Anything
next
like
unplugged or
this.
something,
Yeah.
I haven't started watching it.
Something we don't have.
We will.
I'm sorry.
Sort of like, it'll happen.
You will.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
We do definitely
Do you
need to
little
plan like
people
a road
Yes.
trip thing, and
pretty
where the
much of
hell
it?
everyone is gonna stay? 'Cause that's a lot of
No, Haku.
I'm just saying we have a massive pull-out sofa, so if we do Pax Unplugged, we live like really
I
near
can't
there.
do that. I
and-
can't do anything
It's really
until
close there,
spring because of work.
Yeah, I can't.
Work and driving.
I definitely can't do
something
PAX Unplugged this year.
Said you have not had
We
the
have. Hey,
opportunity
Maggie.
to experience.
Yay!
We have a Maggie.
Great.
Join us in our.
But we
Slide
have
it into the
scheduled
bag
blackout
and
from
fold it
November
together, but-
1st to like mid-January.
Thus ends the saga.
So
See, what you gotta do is you need to find a promising new job,
yes.
interview for it,
I hate my job and I want to leave, so yes.
and schedule the break between jobs
this is
exactly
totally
when
the worst
Pax
There you go.
That's
There
what
you
you
go.
need to do.
That's
Perfect.
still having a road trip through the mountains.
Make an insight check.
In winter.
Which is
It's the beginning of December. It's not actually the middle of winter, so that's like before we get snow most of the time.
Also, like, those aren't mountains, honey. I'm sorry.
I've been to the Rockies. I've been to the Rockies.
Yeah, we have hills in Pennsylvania. We have glorified hills that we call mountains.
I will say,
Beavers, local schools always closed.
Go to the
regardless of the size of the mountains, driving through them when there is snow falling is terrifying.
Especially, yeah, I will give you a lot of the ones in Pennsylvania are like curvy roads up and down the mountain.
This is my thing is I've never
By the way, about how
I've never driven that road trip, and I would really rather not do that for the first time in the middle of in like winter weather.
Fair enough.
Especially because when we were coming home from AUSA, so
The dragon
somehow
just
Amanda
put
and
the
I
name of like
missed
her high school
our
spot.
exit and went
As
through
opposed
West
to the
Virginia instead of Pennsylvania. So like it was
The
about the
dragon
same
takes
length
the
drive. But by the time we got up in the mountains, there was snow in October. everywhere.
Yeah.
Appalachia.
We've been driving to West Virginia for like 2 or 3 hours. We finally looked at each other and went, shouldn't we have ended up in Pennsylvania by now? So I finally pulled up the map on my phone and I'm like, we're on the other side of West Virginia. We're like probably 20 minutes from exiting up to Pennsylvania, like right by the border.
No.
I don't know how that happened.
That's
Unsatisfying.
really funny.
Finished.
When I was in high school
It was super pretty though.
I don't know. I'm pretty satisfied.
Many times.
in northern Nevada, it was right by Tahoe, and there was this road that you could take that was the quickest way to get to Tahoe called Kingsbury Grade. I just posted a time lapse of that particular drive. So it wasn't actually a full thing, but people would take that regularly at like 60, 70 miles an hour. Rain, shine, snow. I did not like to take that road.
Yeah.
This is
Windy with like a mountain drop on the other
if
side.
something's going on in this city.
Yeah, there have been times when Maggie and I used to go to OhioCon, where we would just be like winding through through a curvy road where we couldn't see the road. And it was coated in snow.
Unfortunately, like people are good about not generally good about not
That was a call.
super fast.
Right, but regardless of how fast people are moving, that was terrifying.
Put out some incense. What are you?
Kristen, are there train stations near you at all? Like, I'm wondering if the train would.
It's gonna take you like
probably.
Probably. I've never done a train.
Because there's a train stop. Because I know. I forget. Maggie, you've not actually taken a train up here.
Probably not.
No, I've taken
any
the
others then.
taken the train to New York.
Yeah.
Or
Which means that
I'm
I
taking
get
the train to
somewhere.
DC. I'm taking the train to DC and I'm taking the train to New York in a
Yeah.
couple weeks.
Well, and we've taken the train from Exton to New York, which Exton's like 15, 20 minutes from us. But yeah, I was like, so if it ever comes, and there's a time when you're able to make it here, I was like, that could be something to possibly look into. 'Cause
I know
there's a
they're
stop pretty close to us.
I know there wasn't a good route
should
from
definitely ask
DC
them,
to
yes.
Columbus
Yeah.
via train because I looked at that.
Once we head out, which we probably want to do
That's something I would
actually
definitely
fairly
want to look
soon,
into if we
because
were
Twilight
considering doing a
is the
winter
best time
thing.
to travel.
I
in
know
the
I wouldn't
desert.
be able to get the time off
Or even
for
like
PAX,
DC,
but
not DC. Columbus to Philly because you guys are close enough to Philly that.
Well, that's what I was.
Yeah, there
wondering.
might be
That's why I was
Columbus
like-
to Philly. I just know there's not Columbus to DC because Haku, please stop picking things up. You're gonna go in timeout if you keep picking things that aren't for doggies. Ow, 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 ow. So you're gonna hang out in here for a little bit because you've got that I just played with Kira energy.
Something to get.
And it needs to drop a few degrees.
So that's interesting. I'm just looking, and I didn't even realize because I'm terrible at
Done with that
geography.
already.
That Columbus is like literally straight across to Philly, just
Yeah, I
about.
mean, you've been here for a couple hours.
See, I'm terrible at geography, so in my head,
Yeah.
all of Ohio is northwest of Pennsylvania. So like, I'm just really bad at geography, and
it's pretty straight west.
it's really funny too because like I have such spatial like awareness in my head from synesthesia and weird things
do
that
that.
it's just permanently wrong in my head. Like it's like no, but this is how it is. Like
I love how
right, you can't change it really.
yeah. And I mean, a lot of the map of the U.S. is just a big blur in the middle. But like Ohio being right where it is, it's like you get to Ohio by going like through the corner of Pennsylvania, right? And then I'm looking at a map and I'm like, oh, no, it's like probably also because other than going to Columbus that one time, like the only other time I've been to Ohio, I'm pretty sure it was like Cleveland or somewhere, which is up.
Yeah.
Roadkill.
So like,
yep,
exactly. Those are the only two places you should really need to go to Ohio for.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. So like,
yeah.
so
my own-
Washington D.C. to Columbus is a 15-hour train trip with a
within maybe 5 minutes.
7-hour and 43-minute trip from Columbus to Pittsburgh,
and find yourself
and then a layover, and then a shorter trip from.
Yeah, I mean,
a bus from Pittsburgh to DC. But like,
yeah, I was like, it's
Definitely
13
want
hours
to
56
the
minutes is
kids.
what it's showing me. Columbus to Exton.
Yeah.
We have some of that. Just pointing at the dog.
I'm curious if what the like.
Where's that?
Pennsylvania. Exton
One
is
of
just,
them
it's a
turned
little
up at
outside
you
Philly, but it's
suspiciously.
easier to
What
get
the
to.
fuck?
than
That's
so
that'd be
What do you got
long.
for it?
Yeah, it's like you can drive that in significantly less time.
Okay, so if you go to Philly,
Yes,
it's
yes,
11 and a half
California.
hours, so
Yes,
yeah.
we know.
It's Archie Brown.
Yeah.
Well,
I was actually like coughing and laughing at what Kristen literally said, not what
Trade.
she.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing about how long that trip is that you could drive it in significantly less
You
time.
want this?
Yeah,
You gotta give us
That's,
something.
that was what surprised
It's about a
me.
6-hour drive.
Yeah,
Right,
like,
that was why I was surprised that it's so much longer
It's because
on
of
a
stops
train.
and stuff.
Stop.
Yeah.
It's layovers.
Mhm.
Tasty.
yeah, because it's not one of those
Looking in the back.
routes that's going to have like express service.
Yeah, that was just why I was surprised was
But
because
I think,
it's
like,
twice as long as the drive.
I think like the
not like-
Amtrak bus isn't any longer. Not the Amtrak bus. The Greyhound bus isn't any longer than the Amtrak train.
I hate Greyhound.
I do too.
So, yeah.
Forever.
The last time mine got delayed for
And
hours
kind
to
of,
the point
like,
where I had to just take a train
pulls
so I
off a
would
bit of
get
the
to New York in
rations,
time
put
for
them
my
away
gig.
for part of it.
It was the most.
Yeah.
When I went from the
Children are
hotel,
fat.
the last time I played from the hotel, that wasn't the con. It was insane.
Let's see, yeah, because the Greyhound, which I would never do again, because
I'm
fuck
sorry.
Greyhound.
Could
But
you
like
Greyhound
repeat that
twice.
for me?
Nope, never again.
the Greyhound is actually depending on which trip you take.
No, she
It
said
ranges
their
from
children.
10 hours and 44 minutes
based on
to
what
like
the Grey's
17 hours. But there's a 10 hours and 44 and a 14 hours and 55 and 11 hours and 5. So like there are actually several routes that are shorter than the train.
What are you talking about?
Is this not how one haggles?
Which is kind of
That
crazy
is
to think
how
about.
Diggeroy taught us.
But on the flip side, I'm looking at train tickets from Richmond to New York, and it's like 6 hours.
Are you in?
I'm guessing
Maggie?
there's express
Are you?
service. Huh? Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
getting-
waiting on you.
Yeah, we were waiting on you.
Yeah, we can start. I'm getting set up.
The rations
Oh.
out of
I
your
just have to
hand.
finish.
Yeah,
I
but-
just
but-
finished
Like
dinner.
walking
Yeah,
past
we'll get you
you.
set up because
Okay.
we're waiting
I'll be in a
because
second.
We
we're
took a
waiting
break
because
because
we need you.
We need Elias for a thing.
Yeah, I saw that.
Just let them know.
Because that is not a discussion we felt like we could
Hold
have
on.
without Elias present.
Yeah.
Let me switch to my
Pleasure.
computer. Oh, there's so many cords on this desk right now.
Just give this like
I'll be right
slight
back.
smile.
Huh.
The child.
Huh? Honk. Oh god, I learned that during the main stream. That apparently I can't play any characters in a visual novel that involves a little bit of like raunchiness without making like goose honks and random things instead of what's actually supposed to be there. I had my bandmate start playing a Lady Killer in a Bind like as a group because it's kind of like educational to like it's a queer, slightly BDSM visual novel, and that's kind of like education on that sort of stuff is part of our thing. So I was like, oh my god, my bandmate would love this, so I want to have her play. And so like we're obviously like narrating characters back and forth. And of course, the very first we're playing Safe for Work, obviously, because we have to stream it, but get to the very first kind of scene, of course I have to play the other half of that conversation. It was awkward as fuck.
So the good news is there's pretty much one road that I can take from San Jose to Pennsylvania. The bad news is it's 3,000 miles and would take 42 hours straight driving in a car.
1,000 miles.
Well, I have a friend who just drove from Modesto to here.
Fuck.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
Everybody, we're still slightly wing, but we're almost straight. Just to let you know.
She just
Chat.
drove from Modesto to here, and then actually she stopped over here for a little while, and then went on to visit a friend in Pennsylvania since she'd already come this far. Then she's going to come back here for a couple days and then back to Modesto.
That's a drive.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
I mean, I'm gonna
actually, her husband has to do the entire drive by himself because she cannot drive because she has epilepsy.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm going to be driving down to Tallahassee to visit my parents because I can take the
that's
dog
also-
that way.
yeah.
But that's not nearly as bad. Like, it's a
No.
long drive. It's a couple days, but
I've done Pennsylvania to Orlando many times.
Mm-hmm. That was a long one.
Orlando.
Because I lived in Orlando for a while. And we have family not in Orlando, but in that,
Orlando.
Central Florida-ish.
Central Florida-ish. North Central Florida. Whatever.
Yeah, definitely more Central Florida than North Florida, for sure. But
We've got kind of spread out.
Yeah, I loaded up the stream again. I'm like, oh, those are cool. My new icon that I love so much.
I'm glad you like it.
Yes. Yeah. Who I
Oh,
may
I was
have
supposed to make those new ones, weren't I?
who
Sorry.
you got that? Who you got those like,
Yeffing.
icon commissions from? Because I like those and I want one.
I will.
Yeah,
add a
like,
thing.
they're
Yeah.
amazing.
I'll get them. I want one.
They're like
I like
$13.
their style.
It's not bad.
Ooh.
Hi, Mona.
Holy shit. Yeah, I want one.
Okay.
I wasn't sure whether people like. I don't know how far away you are from. I don't know, time skip or a change in like art.
Oh yeah.
Like people change. I know people were talking about changing like appearances, so I wasn't going to like get too much else that I wasn't sure about.
Yeah. I still need to do Art of Velis in the first place.
Yeah. I mean, you're all going to be coming out of the Shadowfell all like goth, black, dark,
streaking makeup.
Going out of the Shadowfell?
I think Miriam's going to come out of the Shadowfell and right back into her pastels.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's how most of us already went there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except for Weria. Weria definitely was not goth.
Weria is a Lisa Frank warlock, so.
She's a pastel goth.
Right.
Pastel goth.
Pastel goth.
Yes.
That's a thing.
It is a thing, actually.
No, it is.
Gestures at Talus and Jaffe.
No, it is.
That's the truth.
I don't deny that pastel
Caduceus
goth is a thing.
Talus and Jaffe, yeah.
So, are we all here?
Yes.
Ah!
Hooray.
All right. We are back in black.
Sorry, Elias.
Dan, Dan,
So, as everyone kind of like looks at Elias when Taj mentions the church,
Oh, that's her name.
we suddenly flash back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, we get the flashback now. Yay!
Oh yeah, that.
You get a flashback.
Flashback to
Oh.
to early morning. Elias, you wake up before everyone else. You look around and see Cortanus isn't there. But you can hear her voice. She seems to be talking to that ghost. It must be right outside. But you wake up and it's quiet. You have the morning. You seem to be the only one awake right now. You're not sure what stirred you from your sleep, but you're sort of awake, rested.
Prowling around.
It has been
Oh, okay.
trying.
Sorry.
No, it's totally fine. You had to get home and get ready and all that. But you have a moment of quiet in this old church.
Okay. This is the Raven Queen.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So you explored a bit yesterday, found some old priest vestments, along with a few old scrolls and that candle of invocation
That very
hidden in the
badass
altar.
candle.
Yeah, very nice candle.
Yeah.
But the sensation of the Raven Queen's presence has increased significantly, having been in the Shadowfound. No longer blocked by the divine gate. The sense of her always being with you, her always watching, sort of always in the back of your mind. But here, that same sensation is there, but it's less of a sense of voyeuristic paranoia and more of a sense of calm. This place is consecrated ground to the Raven Queen. And it is a place of peace and a place of calm. And a city that is rife with death and violence and all kinds of monstrosities.
And you said I can kind of hear what sounds like Cortana's talking to Ghost Child.
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'll see if I can kind of listen in without,
Eavesdrop. Eavesdrop is the word you want.
You want to eavesdrop.
All right, go ahead and make a perception check.
Just a little.
Just a little.
Sure.
Not. Ooh, that's not good. I'm pretty sure that's a 9.
9.
9.
So you're trying not to be too particularly obvious or make too much noise, and so you're not going too far outside.
Yeah.
But it's difficult to make out. They might be discussing. You hear
something in Old Elvish. It's just
yeah.
Yeah, so it's probably in Elvish too. Okay.
Yeah. But even though you don't speak, you can hear the tone of the voices. And you can hear in Cortanus's voice, normally there's always a hesitancy that you can hear. In this instance, there's no hesitancy at all. She's speaking with confidence, but there's a strong hint of sadness to what she's saying. And with the little girl, she kind of echoes that a little bit. It's hollow, distorted a little bit.
Yeah.
Sort of like in some instances where it's like there's not as much feeling there as Cortanus might be emoting with her voice. But they seem to be connecting in a way.
Well, I trust Cortanus, and I'll just leave them. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I guess. Let's see. I guess I'll just kind of go back in. I don't know, go back to that kind of altar area. And I don't know, just like sit. I don't know if meditate is the right word, but
I mean, you are a cleric and you're in a church. You can pray.
Yeah.
It's typically word.
It's
verb that is used in this context.
Or meditating, or honestly,
is the last that kind of cleric.
Kind of just sit quietly and think, because it's been a couple. it's been a.
Yeah.
This is a lot to He's just still kind of processing actually talking face to face with, the Raven Queen and what she said about, losing people and just whatever destiny, fate. I don't remember all of that. To go back and go over that conversation again. And I think, so yeah, it's kind of...
You sit there for a moment in the quiet before whatever amounts to dawn in the Shadowfell. And after a little bit, you get just the feeling of a presence with you. It's like that sense of like someone in the same place as you are. And when you kind of glance off to the side, you can see sitting next to you, kind of mirroring your sitting position, is a spectral visage, an old elf, wearing priestly vestments. Kind of like has his head cocked a little bit regarding you. He kind of nods his head. And in common,
I was like, I hope one of us speaks. I hope you speak common, 'cause I don't speak Elvish.
It's gonna get awkward.
Gotta get sign language. Children. Sure.
Say habla common.
Yeah, habla common. Yeah, so I mean, English is common, so like Elvish would be like Spanish or something, and like Dwarven would be,
Dwarven would be German.
Oh yeah.
So hey, I can do Dwarven. In an accented common, he sort of nods his head. I had much the same reaction as you did when I first came face to face with our goddess.
But it's a lot, isn't it?
Yes. It is a lot.
Yeah.
She is enigmatic.
Yeah, that's that is a word for it.
It is a kind word.
It's 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 being generous.
So how many ravens? And he's kind of like absent-mindedly looking around, almost in the sense of like taking it in, a place that's familiar but he hasn't seen in a while. So how many ravens? How many ravens did you see on your way here that came knocking at your window, bringing dreams in the night?
I wasn't exactly keeping count.
He reaches into
More
his
than
robe.
one. This is also me going, hi, Several.
He reaches into his robes and he pulls out like a little flask and unscrews the top, takes a swig, kind of passes it off to you.
Ghost.
Can I?
There's the angry Shadowfell liquor for you.
I guess
you can reach out for it.
I'll try to reach out, like kind of tentatively reach out, but like I don't know if I can actually drink this, but
you reach out and you pick up this. You touch this flask, and where your fingers touch, it is cold, almost like ice, but it's solid. And where your fingers like just just gently brush his, they almost actually pass through it a little bit, and you feel the sort of like numb tingliness in your nerves, the tips of your fingers. But you can grasp the flask if you like.
Well, sure, if he's offering. You're like, what the hell? It's not the weirdest thing I've done lately.
I actually literally quoted you in that earlier today.
Yeah, it's true. It was great.
Yeah. That's really funny. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That.
Right, you're like,
so
not the
Brendan
weirdest thing
has
I've
Elias
seen.
down pat. Got it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you take a swig, and at first it's just cold. You know how when you normally you take alcohol and it's like you get that warmth blossoming through your body of a shot of something strong. It's that, but in reverse. You just feel like a chill kind of just go everywhere, but it doesn't make you cold. And then after you get the taste of it, and it's very fruity, and like notes of some kind of berry, maybe, and like almost a strange piney aftertaste. But yeah, it goes down. It goes refreshingly chill and fruity ghost boost.
Yep.
And he's watching you.
That's a card.
Imbibe.
Yep.
And he sort of gives you a nod of approval as you are unfazed by this particular drink. I mean, really, you've had stronger.
I've had strong. Yeah, I know. Like,
yeah.
no, this is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Weird, a little weird, but.
And you hand it back, and he caps it again and puts it back in his pocket.
So, do you want to talk about something specific, or are you just very friendly?
I'm still trying to process. I served my queen faithfully for my life. But in the end, and he sort of vaguely gestures, when everything came, I did have my doubts. There was no more time for riddles and questions. We needed help. We needed decisive action. And there were those of us who decided to give up on simply beseeching our queen and take our entreaties to her directly. It failed?
Yeah, I was about to say, how'd that work out for you?
Yeah. There was one among us who betrayed us. There were 12 houses. 12 noble families. A few left early, before the fighting really began, abandoning everyone, the city. But there were enough of us left. Enough of us left to enact a ritual. And of the 9 that attempted, only 8 completed. And it was that last one that betrayed us. But I imagine most of the noble families are long since gone by now. I'm not quite sure what the... When you find yourself moving beyond the Divine Gate, escorted into the life that comes beyond, time, attachments, these become irrelevant. But my service was not yet done. And so I am here, speaking to you of ravens and riddles and rituals.
Story of my life, it seems.
The magic was powerful. It was tied to the families themselves, binding the bloodlines of the remaining families of Taliana forever to their queen. I do not know the fate of the ones who remained here, but to complete what was started, you would need the blood of one who was here before, their bloodline, their descendants, if any still live. And he pulls out the flask again, takes a drink, and then sort of starts rolling up his sleeve a little bit. And you can see there is a large tattoo on his arm. It's like a sleeve, almost, going up his whole arm. A motif of raven feathers and vines.
Just a massive back tattoo.
And you can see kind of the tree sort of up on the shoulder, sort of branching out, and he can't quite roll the sleeve up too much further. But there's a thick, heavy, basically an old elvish rune on the shoulder, sort of in the center of the tree. It was an old magic that I don't believe perhaps a modern... He sort of like regards you in your garb, your travel-worn investments and stuff, would likely be familiar with. But it is etched into the memory of this city. And he holds out his hand to you, sort of as if to take your hand into his.
Oh, why not? Well, I'll take his hand. Like,
Sure.
You know what? Best lead I've got.
Yeah, he puts his other hand over yours, and you can feel it is cold, ice cold, almost so uncomfortably so, but he holds it there for a while in sort of quiet, still silence. And it's just getting colder. And almost now it's getting painful. And he's still just holding it there. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. As you're
because cold.
Yeah. So it's just sort of like do you pull your hand away or do you keep it there?
As they were testing me to find out if I'm the Kwisatz Haderach. 15.
Okay. So it becomes like bitter cold. And your hand has gone numb, but you're just sort of calmly sitting there with him. And he sort of takes note, smiles a little bit, and nods, and takes his hands away. And when he does, you can see that same rune that was tattooed into his shoulder is now on the back of, well, whichever hand it is that you put into his. And it's tattooed in the same style, but it's like you know, you sort of like look at it, feel it, and it's like it's always been there. It's just it doesn't seem fresh or new. Like I'm sure you've seen tattoos. I think you even have a few.
I have one.
I'm specifically Elias.
Okay, he does actually have one. Yes.
And so.
Unicorn.
Yeah, he has a unicorn on it.
Wait, he does?
Yep. I remember that. Tattoo on his shoulder.
Yep, that's the thing.
It's on like the back of one of his shoulders.
But it's there's no rawness, there's no itchiness. It's there. And you can feel a slight chill as your hand sort of warms up a little bit. Your blood kind of returns to it when he takes his hands away. You can feel just the slightest chill on the back of your hand. I haven't seen our heart tree since I died, really. I do not know what state it is in. But
not good from what I've heard.
A tree's memory is long. And it will show you what you need to do. But to finish the deed, you'll need the blood of one of the families.
How much blood are we talking here? Like.
Enough for a simple ritual.
Just a little. Okay. You're like, okay.
No. The Raven Queen sometimes asks for a sacrifice, but that is not quite what she had intended. It's more symbolic than anything else, but it is that bloodline, that lifeline, that connection to who we are.
Just
that
wanted to clarify that.
Yes, no, that is important.
Yeah.
I imagine that if there were any surviving descendants, they would be less inclined to help if they knew the cost.
Hey.
But
just roll
there are three.
Who wants to die?
There were three families. The first family that left, long before things went to ruin. El Aranathi.
I should probably write this down.
I'll type it into chat. In a
moment.
I know that one.
Avanadin and Fishadash. If there are descendants out there, it is with their blood that, after all this time, it may not complete the ritual fully, but you can at least close off what is on this side. And those children of Teliana who still survive will no longer need to fight the demons of their past. It should keep them at bay. And once again, keep the Shadowfell on this side of the Divine Gate.
Yeah, because this old Shadowfell leaking into the material plane is not good
No,
for anyone.
I would imagine that it is not. Nor is it that those creatures coming here. There are power balances beyond the Divine Gate, and they threaten to disrupt. It is better that they not.
Yeah, she mentioned, she's mentioned a couple times that, I don't know, something's going on.
I do not presume to understand the motives of God. They are almost by definition unknowable, beings beyond our understanding. What we see of them is only due to our limited perception. We cannot fathom the reality that they must exist in. At least that's what I tell myself, because Enigma's riddles. And he takes another swig.
Same.
His form is beginning to fade a little bit. And he kind of like looks down a little bit. He's like, sort of looking at his hand. I must have fulfilled my task. And you can see like he's kind of fading Back to the Future style, like his hand's kind of gone. He's like,
I'm Elias, by the way. I don't think I ever actually. I don't know if you already knew my name.
Elias. I hope that one day we meet again, perhaps under less portentous circumstances.
Yeah. Not sure how I feel about. No offense, you seem like a delightful person, but you've been wonderful. But
I did say one day.
One day, that's we will end up in the same place eventually, presumably. That is how this works.
And he sort of goes to say something else, but is just sort of fades.
Staring at his just kind of staring at his hand, like.
So that's what happened. Then everyone starts waking up, and you're just kind of like looking off at where he was, and people wake up and they're sort of regarding you, and you're just kind of staring up into space.
And then we go to look for an album.
Right.
Bill's
And then
just
you
like,
go
you
look for
okay?
what's-
And you're like, yeah.
Yeah, and then
that
it's like a
happened.
quick smash cut of like boom, 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 boom. Now we are in the witch's
And now,
hut.
so he's got
Now
like
just
the whatever rune on his hand. Now?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you speak Elven? Not at all, right?
Nope. Not at all.
Right.
Can't see in the dark, doesn't speak Elven. Jeez, you can't do anything.
Why did you even bring him on this trip?
That's why he has a protector that knows those things.
Where's the dead? Can't see in the dark and doesn't speak Elvish. He's useless. No.
I'm reasonably good at hitting things.
That's why
I'm
we
telling
bring our
undead to
clerics.
fuck off.
Yeah. Fuck off, ghost.
He's very good at telling undead to
Fuck
fuck
off,
off.
Ghost.
You're okay. Fuck off. You're okay. Fuck off.
So she wants to move in
To that church.
To that church.
to that church.
Yeah, we decided we were going to go talk about it outside.
Yeah, because Cortana's really wanted to help that ghost, and then
I understand you.
All right, so I need to step away for just a second, but I'm going to put everyone on audio so I can listen into the conversation. Because you're probably going to be spending like at least 5 to 10 minutes.
Debating.
So.
Yeah, once I step outside, Cortana's just looks completely like guilty.
I'm just gonna turn to Velis and be like, I know you've told me I should just tell the Raven Queen to fuck off, but I don't think this is the way I should do it.
That's probably
I would agree with that. This is probably not
a little
the best
extreme
plan.
So
I am very sorry.
I'm not sure how all of these things work, but Cortanus, you said that, or at least I would assume that this ghost child is presumably buried near there.
I doth not know if
letting.
I don't know if you're burying people in the
like I said, I don't know how
She
they work, but that's where she appeared, and
she told me she went there because it was the safe place to go.
So
yeah, she's
by
cringing slightly at
letting
that.
this fiend in, even if it gets to her, I'll be back.
That makes it rather
It
unsafe.
leaves her with nowhere to go, then, doesn't it?
Yeah, we deconsecrate that
In
land.
case,
I mean,
I'll be worth it.
it's a ghost. Let's be on it.
Yes, but what I'm saying is,
This kid's already dead.
yes, but for the cost of allowing this fiend of a woman to live in what is currently
I'm not saying we should do one or the other, but I'm saying we are talking about
getting
a
I'm
dead
saying,
kid stuffed animal back.
It seems
This
to
is for the sake of the dead kid's toy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should not have asked all of you to.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. In all honesty, I'm just trying to even figure out why anyone would take this bargain, because we don't have a whole lot to gain or lose one way or another. This was just us trying to be nice. Whereas what she wants in exchange is an awful lot to ask for us just to get a toy back for a child we just met.
I doth not disagree.
That's
to help her somehow.
Desecrating the church to the Raven Queen in the Shadowfell seems like a...
Yes, and giving her any of our blood, looking at Waria, is out of the question.
I think you two are the only good line.
You weren't here when Brent.
I was thinking about that at work.
Literally,
because
because literally was like, well, how much? And she was like, well, I don't want yours. I need somebody good, looking literally at Leah and Waria.
Here's a thought: if we do let her, into that church, then how likely is it that some vengeful smiting happens on her or us? Because hey, if we just walk away and she gets her comeuppance for deciding to pick the fight with the wrong deity.
I mean, that isn't a possibility. Frankly, I would worry about Elias as well, though. I feel like while the Raven Queen would not be happy with this woman inhabiting her church, I don't think that
it's just it's just a thought.
Her cleric being part of what
like,
let her in, I don't feel like she'd be happy about that either.
That is probably true.
Yeah, the thought crosses my mind. We are in the Shadowfell.
And Leah, I understand that, yes, giving her either of our blood, probably not the best idea.
She's a fiend.
No,
I don't know what she wants with it, but it's not good and...
Not good. Whatever it is, it's not good. We're not giving... That's just not even an option.
Yeah.
I mean,
you notice I didn't offer.
Yeah. Not
was
to
the most
mention, looking
terrible
at the
idea,
size
yeah.
of the jar that she had, looking at Weirya, she's like, she said not all of it, but that looks like it would be awfully close to all of
you
yours.
don't have to take all of it to kill someone.
Yeah, especially when you're small.
That is fair. You probably have more blood than I do, but we're not giving her your blood either.
But yes, no.
Cortanis, it's not your fault. It's not like we knew that this lady had gone and back and picked it up when we set out looking for it.
No, we
wanted to help a kid out. That's not a bad thing.
You were trying to be good, and that's good. But
Look, shit happened. The toy was there. She knew we wanted it, so she took it.
She took it.
You
Because
didn't
that's
know?
what fiends do.
Yeah.
It's not on you.
What the fuck is she anyway?
Some kind of fiend. As in,
apparently bad.
Actual
Yeah, we're
fiend.
talking about
Yeah, it's like from the Nine Hells kind of fiend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Yeah.
Fiendy fiend.
That's fun.
I don't know what kind, but
hella fiend.
Yeah, you know more than I do about that, but because
Religion's never been
Leah
my
also
strong
cast
suit.
Detect Good and Evil this
I'll
time
say,
around.
I don't
and
think that
so
tells
Leah's
you what
seen the
kind.
wafting evil off. No, but Leah's also actually seen like the
Seen the
indicator of like
evil,
evil,
just
like blinking red light
flashing
above.
red. Yeah.
Yes. Like abort. Yeah.
I mean, presumably,
I could.
even if
Try
like
and
we
have-
just say that we just walk away from this, it's not like she's gonna go back and screw with the kid because she can't get into the church, right?
Right. The kid is
Yeah, as long as the kid
presumably
stays in
safe with the church.
I have not seen her inside.
Yeah, but it's still the grounds,
The
right?
grounds, yeah, the church grounds
Yeah.
are.
Perhaps.
I would assume.
If she called it the safe place, one would assume that she can get inside what she considers the safe place. So.
Right.
Yeah.
She said
No,
that
the
she was
ghost girl, I mean.
there because it was
Yes.
where she was the safe place, right?
Yeah.
I can
Not
say, I know things out of character, but Cortanis doesn't know,
Yeah.
so I can't say them, so.
I mean, if we really want to try luring her to the, what fiend lady to the church and seeing what happens, I
don't think
try
it would be a smart
asking-
idea, though.
I don't
honestly.
So I assume we're doing this inside the tiny hut or
Because it also-
something.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
gosh.
we're
Yes, good.
we're
Making
yes.
sure.
It also,
I mean, we discussed that before
unless
we
you want to pick a
break,
fighter.
so
That's the other
right
one.
now that
is we, pick a fight but that could go very badly. 'Cause
Yes.
I have no idea what kind of fiend she is. I have no idea how powerful she is, just that she's super evil.
Well,
Well, and it looks like whatever disagreed with her earlier or whatever is now a pair of hands. So.
yes.
Didn't I say that wasn't a disagreement so much as tried to
Steal.
take it and run?
Ah.
Well, be that as it may.
I imagine
There's a difference
difference
between not taking a deal and trying to get your end of the deal and cut them out of it.
Right. I'm less concerned about us not taking it as I am about the idea of luring.
Yeah.
I say we walk away. We're not helping anyone, ghost or not. I'm
I
sorry,
mean, that's my
Cortanis. I
opinion
know
at
you
this point.
wanted this, but I don't think we can help her. The best shot we've got is to see this through, and maybe if we fix whatever has this place fundamentally fucked up, she can move on.
Perhaps. Or perhaps we may find the soul of her mother or her brother. That could only do better than a toy, I suppose.
Yeah.
Again, I'm sorry. This got more complicated than I expected.
No reason to apologize, Cortanis. It's just sometimes things are simple, sometimes things are complicated.
It wasn't
have
this complicated when we came by before. You didn't know. We tried to do a good thing, right?
I mean, if anything, not that I'm trying to shift blame at all, but simply not picking it up in the first place is, I guess, what started all of this. So
No. In fairness, we didn't know what it was.
Oh no, I'm not saying you should have picked it up in the first
No.
place. We're just one of those.
Yeah, no. I didn't. I didn't.
What it is now.
I didn't think you were blaming. It's just that is what started it. But
we did not know what it was, and somehow
Everything
this
else
fiend did know what it was. Knew that we passed it. Knew that we saw this child. It's a little unnerving how much she knows.
Yeah.
Well, obviously she was watching on us.
That's also possible.
Did say we were more interesting than what she usually deals with.
I was like, she knows that we were sleeping in the church last night, so like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's been watching us.
yes. Well, I was because Maggie wasn't here, so
Okay.
I'm sure she actually knew.
I
Like,
figured, yeah.
yes, like it. We know that she has in fact been watching us, which is just a little creepy.
Presumably with some form of magic, I would assume. But
yeah,
probably. I mean, it wasn't the little eyeball things because they went off to report to somebody else.
What little eyeball things?
Gazers.
The gazers.
Oh right, that was
yeah.
I was just trying. That was me out of character. I was just like, what?
Yeah,
I mean, if she's listening, if she was listening with magic, at least she can't hear this through magical means because we're gestures at not.
Yeah,
but
Rave Dome.
They could, find other
Yeah,
ways.
I picture her trying to listen in, and all she hears is
yeah.
Sandstorm.
And bass.
And side note,
Bass,
for
bass.
reference, we actually cast it with a spell slot so that.
Okay, I didn't even realize you
minutes.
cast
You're
it.
good.
So.
Okay, good.
Oh yeah. We talked about it before the break, and then just sort of dove in, but
yeah,
she was casting it, so.
Mm-hmm.
I could try asking the Raven Queen, but I'd rather
I think
not.
I kind of get the feeling the Raven Queen's not really going to care about help one ghost when we got everything else that apparently she wants you here for.
There's lots going on.
I mean, the Raven Queen might know how we can help this child move on, though. She does seem to
looks
want
a little
things
hopeful
to
at that.
stay
Yeah,
dead.
looking,
Yeah.
That
well,
seems to be her domain. She may know or just be able to help this child.
You guys are the religious ones.
Yeah,
I feel it would be worth at least inquiring that much of her.
I mean, would Elias be able to think of any ways to potentially help this child move on?
Other than get it
exorcism a
giving it the
ceremony?
doll? Yeah,
Um,
there's I don't think ceremony.
I mean, without a body, I feel like if you
Without-
had a
yeah, without
body,
a body.
ceremony would
Yeah.
probably work, but
That's the trick.
I mean, that's why I feel like Leah was like, your
mean, I
goddess
don't
would
know, like
probably
a
know. We are in
religion.
her domain, so like.
So ghosts, if they're not pulled through magical means and forced to come back in some way, shape, or form, it's usually they are the lingering manifestation of a soul that experienced trauma. And resolving the source of the trauma could help a ghost move on. If it's not become a completely malignant evil spirit, in which case really just kind of destroying it is all that's left.
Right. This girl didn't seem malignant and evil. She just seemed lost.
I mean, I can try asking and seeing if there's any way other than, or if we just settle everything that's going on here. And
she seemed most saddened that she got displaced from her family and in turn the toy in I cannot imagine they are alive as well, but...
She didn't happen to mention her family leaving Talion, because like a whole chunk of them that
here last week
wasn't
either, were you?
Kind of explain what she learned about how it was kind of in the rush to get out. They'd gotten separated, so she doesn't know.
They got separated. Okay, so her family is.
She
got
fell.
lost.
She fell and dropped her thing, and then her family left, and she can find them.
Okay,
So she went to the church because it's the only like safe place she knew of.
The group that left Tiliana before.
Yeah. Whether they actually made it or not, she wouldn't know. She's like basically the equivalent of a 3-year-old child.
Yeah.
I gathered that. I gathered that much.
Yeah. It sounded like she was with a big group that was evacuating, and they came under attack, and she got separated.
I would not know the first steps of finding out where her family went, or how to let her know.
Her family may have gotten out.
Yeah.
But
She
even
doth
if
not
they did,
remember
that
her
was
name.
how long ago?
Right, but it's not like their spirits are going to be around here anymore. They could have gone to Guarden.
I suppose the only thing
that's the trick. If
the
they
Raven
got
Queen
out
would
of,
know would perhaps be what happened to them, but
Just trying to think of what Leo
well,
knows of
certainly
the
not the
stories or
only
whatever.
spirit still around. But...
Like, if they were fleeing, I'm trying to think, like, the people that went to Gordon, I thought just, like, left.
those are the ones that left beforehand, right?
Yeah, so I was
earlier.
Like, so I don't think they would have gone there, right? I was assuming this was in, like, after that. I don't know.
I mean, the elves that came from Teliana and eventually settled in Gordon, they all left as conflict was increasing. And that they did not agree with the rest of the Teliana Council's decision to basically plane shift the city to the Shadowfell to escape.
So no one else.
What were they trying to
came out
escape? I guess
afterwards?
that's what I'm
The
trying to figure out.
Yeah, for an invasion.
An invasion by horrific monsters of nightmarish.
So that was part of it. I couldn't remember what was what. So the aberrant things were there before the Shadowfell crap.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
actually
they-
like changes a lot.
Why they, yeah.
Yeah, they were trying to get to the Shadowfell to escape.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Kind of like how Singorn went to the Feywild.
Yeah.
Except having lost a couple of the noble families, they were short-handed, and when one of them betrayed them, as we learned in the thanks to the exposition ghost that Elias talked to.
Yeah, I wasn't focusing a ton on that because I was like, Leo's not awake.
But yeah, so basically they had 9, they needed 9 at least, and one of them betrayed.
So that's why they got stuck halfway.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That's fun.
And that's why we're here.
Because all this bullshit is a distraction, and the Raven Queen needs someone to go take care of it for her.
Yeah, because there's a certain lich who's trying to.
You don't know that.
I don't know that.
Shit.
I'm still like half a year out.
Right.
A little less.
Here's a question. Can we unconsecrate it just long enough to go through the thing and then immediately reconsecrate it? Boom! We did our part anyway.
Boom!
If you wanna try and Percy this shit, you can, but that's
There's a threshold.
It's like
We can certainly
reconsecrating requires like a
I can do
24-hour
that.
spell.
It does.
It does.
Yeah. So
But
I was
don't
like, there
actually
is no
know.
immediate bit. Like it's a 24-hour sit there on it.
I also don't
Priest
know
goes
that
to do
spell.
it in the meanwhile.
Yeah,
Start
'cause
out
it's
early.
5th level. It's 5th level. That
It's
too.
a 5th level. I do not have Hallow yet, so,
Yes.
so I can't recon. As far
Yeah.
as I know, I don't think there's any other spell that do that.
No, it's just Hallow. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, ceremony does not. I'm looking at ceremony. That's
Yeah, I know.
I mean, it's a first level spell, so no, that doesn't.
Yeah, it's not going to do that.
Not gonna do that.
Yeah, Hallow is long and expensive because it's a really powerful, really good spell.
It's a really powerful spell.
It is fine. I at least told the girl that we would look, not make any promises.
Well,
Oh, that's
we'll
good.
put a pin in this and check in on her once.
Perhaps we shall find something else then.
Well, back to what we were going to try.
So
I guess,
do we
right?
just
Push comes
sell
to
this-
shove.
Yeah.
I can
that
ask
we're
her
not
about her
interested?
about and
That seems to be.
if settling what happened with this ritual doesn't.
I mean, we don't want to take either of her
No.
offers, so I think
Thanks,
the
but no
answer is we
thanks.
tell her politely that we're not interested and hopefully be on our way. Try to find maybe another way to help.
And for the
All
next
right.
steps.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, I think that's.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no!
She's got to go get a charger.
It's okay.
So,
I guess we
go tell a fiend we don't want a meal.
Nope. Your deals are
Oh,
a
no
deal too.
thanks.
Thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah, that's what happens when you make a really one level deal there.
There is. Yeah.
Oh,
you
yeah.
need to work on your deal making.
Yeah.
okay. All right. So you all kind of shuffle back in. Do any of you sit down? Do any? We're just so. What do you do?
I'm not sitting down. I returned the tea.
Yeah. To get there.
Did you actually drink any of it?
Probably not. I may have
just took it out with you?
experimentally. Yeah. I was being polite.
Right.
Just walked out with a tea.
It is. It is literally French onion soup.
Yeah.
French onion tea.
As best whatever version of
Fiend
French
onion
soup
soup.
exists. Yeah, fiend onion soup.
Probably doesn't have the cheesy goodness of French onion soup, but
Yeah, that's why I was like, does this tea have cheese on it? Because that's weird.
And like bread?
You don't. That's not really bread. You probably don't want to know what's floating in it.
Oh. Nope. Anyway.
fiend onion tea is gross.
Fiend onion tea. All right. So you bring the cup back and set it down on the little table that she had with all of the other remaining cups that had been relatively untouched. And she's just kind of sitting there like absentmindedly, like petting the owlbear plushie, like, looking at all of you expectantly.
I thought you were
Well,
going to
dearies.
say licking it, and I was, I was like,
No. No, not licking.
Never mind, don't want it now. You want it right here.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Sorry.
Okay, Dr. Evil, let's...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
No.
Thanks for waiting. But the group has deliberated and
Quite
has
lengthy
decided.
deliberation.
Well, unfortunately, these guys like to talk and not take action a lot.
Cringe.
She like looks around. Did it just get darker in here?
The shade.
But on that note, unfortunately, it seems they've decided that what you're offering is not quite worth what you want in return. So it doesn't seem like we'll be making a deal here today.
Oh. She kind of looks a little crestfallen. Too bad. I guess I'm not going to need this old thing. And she kind of tosses it over her shoulder, and as she does, it just sort of bursts into flame, and then it's just ash.
Awkward.
Well,
That's petty.
no going back. There we go.
That's the end of that.
She snaps
Thank
her
you
fingers a little
for
bit.
the invite.
Yeah.
Beckons, and that the two hands that were still continuously like embroidering stop. They all run over, and together they start taking each of your cups and like tossing the whole thing, like cup and all, back into the sort of the cauldron-esque thing that she had over the hearth.
The moment she did that, though, Cortana's hands were on like the hilts of her blades, just white knuckle, not doing anything but just white knuckle.
Well, we appreciate the invite, but I guess we'll be taking our leave.
Well, it was quite as unproductive as it was. It was nevertheless an entertaining diversion. Thank you all for visiting. Do come again. Anytime.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yes. Oh, and Miss Wuria, do give my best to Cousin Jenny.
Should I see her again?
That just gets an eyebrow raise.
Suppose I shall.
In case we weren't already suspicious of Jenny.
Right? Maria is now more suspicious of Jenny.
Eliza knows.
I already knew that.
Let's see if Jenny.
Well, yeah, but Maria.
Face.
I mean, I get up and leave if that's
Sure.
it.
Yeah.
One of the hands sort of like waves at you, almost sadly, dejectedly.
Yeah. Following this out closely and just like,
Maria feels a little sad for the hands.
Villas does not feel sad for the hand because that is the chopped off hand of an actual person.
Right. I mean, Maria's not just sad for the hand as a hand. Like,
Technically, they're just a corpse now. They're not really a person anymore.
technically.
Yeah.
Technically.
And we
So, you all step out. The onion smell sort of wafting out behind you.
We head out all the way. And, well, that was a fun diversion.
Yeah, Cortana's arms might be shaking slightly, just holding so damn tightly to her sword hilt.
It's all right, Cortanas.
All right. Look, if we see her again, we can start stabbing her.
Wretch.
Hey, that's your guys' call.
What I want
might be a few like words in the old Elvish that you're not quite sure aren't terrible insults.
I've got pretty good. I've got good insight. I can probably just.
I admit, I do wonder what the relationship between what is apparently a fiend in the Shadowfell and, well, what is apparently a hag in not the Shadowfell is, but
Obviously, it's you.
that seems like an odd relationship.
Well, apparently you attract creepy old ladies, so...
Yeah.
Seems to be a
I'd
theme.
prefer not to attract creepy old ladies.
Well,
That's fair.
better work on that in the future, then.
Apparently, creepy old ladies in my campaign have a type, and that type is Worya.
I've turned down the creepy old ladies every time. She has too. Where has turned down the creepy old lady.
Yeah.
And
Only
yet
after
they're
someone
still
else
like,
tells them.
I'll get you, my pretty.
Yeah.
It's the Dorothy effect.
The only one who
Yeah.
will listen to the creepy old ladies for a little while until someone tells you shouldn't.
Yeah.
Well, she actually, to be fair, she turned down Jenny totally solo on her own in a totally
That's
different
true.
situation.
That's fair.
That's
Okay.
because Jenny was an idiot.
If nothing else,
Didn't know who she was dealing with.
Yeah. That's true.
if nothing else,
Yeah.
hopefully that gave us time for the fighting to die down.
Yeah, that's a great thing to look forward to.
Shall we see
Silver
about
lining.
continuing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We head that
Now
way,
I-
and once we get close, I'll.
Generally know. But I have a better idea of what I'm supposed to do now. I'll get to, pretty shortly. So.
See you.
Did you learn something,
Yeah.
my lord?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you probably didn't actually say anything
Yeah.
to
I've
anybody.
not actually had a chance to.
What?
Yeah.
And
What did you
how,
figure
when,
out?
What happened?
Perhaps not here. And
Yeah, let's
moving.
get some distance.
Fair enough.
Talking while walking.
Talking while walking. Multitasking.
I mean, to be fair, she was spying on us.
Yeah, giving a slight glare back towards the hut, but making sure to keep very close to people.
There's only so much we can do about. Well,
If she wants a show, let her have a show.
Yeah.
I don't know, Weirya, can your eyes see if she's spying on us?
I mean, I can see if there's magic.
Like a scry.
I don't know. Yeah. Out of character. I don't know what that means for something like, say,
I mean, typically, like Arcane Eye or Scrying, there's basically a sensor
There's
that
a
can be
sensor.
detected if you use the right.
Well, I mean, I can detect magic and just keep that up unless I
don't know if
concentrate on
detect
something
magic
else.
will reveal it, but it can
that's
be
the only
detected.
That's the only thing
If
I
you
can
use the
True
right thing.
Sight can see it?
do. Yeah, I don't have true sight.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
So-
remember now how all those things work.
Arcane Eye. Let's see. Interesting. Very interesting. You have to be able to see an invisible object. So detect magic wouldn't see it if it was the scrying spell. I've actually never read the description of the scrying spell.
Yeah, detect magic is a visible creature or object in the area. So it does go through certain barriers, but not like invisibility. It's not a see invisibility thing.
Also, that's only if. Well, actually, wait. No, that's on a fail. Yeah, that's a failed save, which means the spell works. Okay, so basically, an invisible sensor creature can see invisible objects, sees the sensor as a luminous orb.
Yeah, I don't have anything to do that. I can just.
Well,
but I mean, if we want to talk about something particularly sensitive, the dome seems the best approach because.
I don't think she's going to be messing with us again. She's bored.
You never know.
We didn't think she would be messing with us again before.
Yeah, we didn't think she'd be holding an owl bear
Yeah.
So
hostage to try and get at us. Yeah, but anyway.
Anyway. So yeah,
We're
met a
walking and
ghost.
talking.
I also met a ghost.
Oh,
When was this?
Back in the church.
Lots of ghost meeting.
Yeah, I'm not as surprised about it.
Yeah, no, this tracks for me, honestly.
And how did this go?
Good. He was nice.
That's new.
Yeah, no, he was
Friendly
super
ghost.
helpful. He had been, I guess, left instructed. That part was not entirely clear. I think he was waiting for me to, explain a bit more on how to go about fixing this problem that Teleon is having with
That's very handy.
A bit more of what this ritual actually entails.
Useful.
And
I need to find a of one of the 3 families that I do not have written down. We'll have written down eventually.
I'll type it into chat.
Yeah,
Yay,
they
there you
had
go.
long Elvish names and
Long Elvish
Does he
names
say
families.
long Elvish names?
yeah.
Or does he say the actual names?
I mean, it's Elias, so it has
That's
long
true.
Elvish names.
That's what I
Yeah,
need to
long
know.
Elvish names.
Yeah. Because that changes things. It changes things if he says the name.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine he'd, maybe try to make a to remember.
Maybe he starts with they had long Elvish
names.
pronounce them.
Yeah.
So
I just need to find a descendant of one of these families, and I need a little bit of their blood.
No, I need to know whether he said the names or not. Because
Yeah,
then,
did you say the names?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll say yes. You said the names.
Elaranathi.
And,
Kadas's gonna reach into a pouch and pull out. Well, actually, no. She doesn't have it in the pouch. She has it on her other pinky, not the rose signet one, but the other signet on the other hand, and takes it off. The elder elf from the halfway inn said he was of an Elaranathi.
Oh.
Someone you met before?
Yeah, Thomas.
That would be really
Cortana's
useful if
met.
he was here now.
Apparently, it was someone who knew.
I mean, he said something about going home, right?
Mm-hmm.
He said this would aid in being accepted to where he came from, the Elderwood.
Just out of vague curiosity, did any of those names ping anything with me? Do I recognize any of them?
Besides that, you were awake for that and heard his name, probably.
Yeah.
Well, you had an audience with an elf.
A Furshash,
by
yeah.
the name
Yeah.
of Furshash. And you have a letter written by a young elf girl by that name.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, from the
Dear John letter.
Yeah.
Oh right.
Was that the one that
The-
Leah had?
Yeah.
You're the one who kept it, yeah.
Yeah, I think Leah has it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Avendon is a name that you don't recognize.
And where are we supposed to find one of these?
Oh, for sure. Yep, it's right there.
That I'm not sure about yet, but
Yeah, the trick is finding anybody who's alive that's part
Yeah.
of these families.
At least it's descendants, not one
yeah,
of the people
descendants.
trying to
It
make
doesn't
the
have to
deal.
be, yeah, just be a descendant.
Mm-hmm.
We know that
But
there are those of
apparently
Elaranathi that live.
Yeah, they're not.
Cillian
Well, I mean,
Just finding one here.
grandson.
there were those Shadow Kai.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
that's
getting
about it,
them-
sort of going all the way back to Guarden.
I mean, we're still in the Shadowfell either way.
Yeah, and it sounded like once I get to the tree, well, he said trees have long memories.
Well,
more answers when I get to the tree.
I mean,
out of
don't
character,
know.
I thought of a really fun way we could choose this.
Oh. Oh, really?
I mean, that candle lets you cast gate, and you can summon somebody to another plane.
Oh my god!
Just summon a random person.
Just summon a random guy out of Gordon. That would have, you know.
Get your ass over here! Wait, your blood! Really on brand for this group, though.
That is purely out of character. That has not been suggested at all.
Also,
maybe
that-
Selena's grandson would be the best one. At least there's some kind of
Some rando.
yeah.
Actually, you would recognize the Avendan name, because one of the other council members, was Idriel Avendan. I think it was Idriel.
Okay.
No, Indil.
Indil.
He was the aloof one that.
So the guy talked to us on our way
Gonna
out.
talk to us on the way out.
Yeah.
Dude.
I like him.
I need to
I
know
like
more
him.
about that
Elias
guy.
doesn't like. I like him. Elias doesn't like him.
No, Velas didn't get to meet him, but he's basically one of my favorite character tropes from the tiny bit that we saw. So I really want to meet him again.
Who?
One of the
Elfin
Gordon.
Gordon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The like jerk, like super aloof kind of.
Oh yeah.
And then they're like, you know.
The arrogant,
And
the
that,
really
like,
arrogant one.
Yeah, and then he just did that throwaway line, and she's like.
Yeah. The fact that he said it in common to Elias as he was like walking past.
What?
Yeah.
What did he
That,
say?
like about
though?
not about like was it like things
It
not
was,
being
like-
what they seem?
yeah.
things?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that. And it's like that.
We need to revisit this when we get back to Gordon.
Oh yeah.
I do.
We're gonna head back through.
Oh,
Gordon
yeah.
I'm gonna head back.
Actually.
Yeah, I think
We
Elias
have
wants to be
so
like,
many things.
excuse me, I have questions.
All right.
I mean, it'd be nice. Hey, by the way,
By the way,
Eliana is
we fixed it.
one way or the other now. So,
Right.
So
Ring back on.
and you guys want to head back there?
where ya?
So
As we're talking, where ya looks behind us, behind everyone momentarily, and says quietly, "There's a little small rodent following us."
Oh, there you go.
Just turn around and look.
Yeah, like, define
Like, where's like I'm
small
just gonna tell
rodent.
people? Like, what else would I do with a small rodent?
Make a perception check.
Yeah. Wanna...
Hey, that's pretty good.
22.
Looking or
14.
Also 22.
Yeah. High five.
So Uri is like, okay, everyone,
17.
don't look, but there's a little thing following us, and everyone's like, what? Where?
We shouldn't say didn't look. Don't look.
Yeah,
I know.
she didn't
She
actually
didn't
say
tell
out
us
loud.
not to look.
I know, but my joke required me to actually.
We all immediately turn on that.
So you all turn and look, and you can see there's a squirrel
Oh,
that is perched sort of on top of some debris, maybe a few dozen feet behind you. And when you all sort of like turn and look at it, it ducks, like jumps down and scampers off and hides under something.
Not very subtle.
No. Does it look like normal squirrel? Like,
Make a nature check.
okay.
Would it?
I mean, yeah, that was my question. Is like, is this like Shadowfell squirrel or
Yeah,
like?
I was like, is it
Or like, is this
actually
Leah's mom squirrel?
Would detect magic say anything about the squirrel?
Other than that, it's a squirrel.
Okay, no. So it's not a magical squirrel.
Kind of.
So am I doing nature or
Nature, because you're like, is
Okay.
that a regular squirrel or that's nature?
That's a 9.
It looked like a squirrel.
Okay.
I got a 10.
It looked a lot like a squirrel.
I feel like this is redundant, but I'm like, can I roll? Because we haven't seen animals up until this point, have we?
Not
Because I remembered
That's
you like
true.
specifically saying that, so I was like, I
don't
feel
have
like this is
nature,
like,
though, I
wait. Animal.
I actually am proficient in nature.
Seriously, that was almost good. It was a pitiful roll, but what's my bonus is not the highest.
It's one of those squirrels into political destabilization.
Yeah, that's a total of a 10.
It looked like a regular old woodland squirrel.
So Wiria, who spotted it first, is proficient in nature, and I just rolled a total of 22.
Yay, finally. I was like, I'm proficient in nature too. I just rolled really crappy.
I was like, I didn't see it for the longest time, so I feel like I should roll this.
That's true, yeah.
That is most definitively a gray squirrel.
Okay. I think it's actually just a legit squirrel, guys. Like, I don't know why it's following us.
That already just makes it more odd.
Yeah,
we're in the Shadowfell.
it's a gray squirrel. It doesn't seem to be magic.
Common to most forests in Wildemount, or at least temperate forests in Wildemount.
I mean, could
Let's not suppose your mother could turn into grey squirrels, Leomoira.
Oh, quite possibly, but I mean, there's one way to find out. And I can talk to animals.
It's true.
As a furbolg trait, I can communicate at least basic ideas with
You
animals.
can't understand it back, but you can talk to them, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think I also have speak with animals. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm
if you're
gonna
out
cast.
to the ancients, you would have speak with animals.
Yeah, I was like, I speak with animals. So yeah, I'll go ahead and I will, just to be safe, I'll cast speak with animals. And just say, this might sound odd if I'm wrong, but are you my mother? Are you my mother? It's that bug.
Are you my mommy?
Oh gosh, no.
Are you my mother?
No, Dr.
Are you
Who.
my mother to a Guatemalan child?
But yes.
A moment later, the squirrel sort of like very slowly, in a very squirrel-like way, tentatively pokes its head out, crawls a couple of steps forward, and then kind of like sits up on its haunches and kind of regards you a little bit. And then you can see the form shift and elongate and go from a squirrel to a furbolg woman in dark, tattered robes, shock white hair. You can see that she's hunched over, and immediately, being so close to her that you are, this is definitely your mother. That she is, you can see that her eyes are somewhat cloudy. She is hunched over, whether through pain or age or disformity, you're not sure. But she's sort of like holding on to the edge of the building that she was in, and sort of like partially hiding behind it, partially leaning against it. And she's like kind of blinking her eyes a little bit at you.
I know it's been some time, but it's me. It's Leah Moira.
Does she know about
Does she know your name?
Yeah.
Does she know that name?
Probably not. Well, would she know me by then?
Out of character,
I would have said, I forgot totally. I was like, right, they go by, I mean, what did they call me when I was little then? I forget.
You probably had a child name that you had.
Yeah.
Before you chose Pathfinder.
Yeah. I'm like, it's insert child furbolg name here. They don't go over that in the book, which I was like, okay, but what do you call them before they have their role? Like,
Yeah.
Right.
Child of blank.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, whatever name she would have known me by.
Peering out. And then through a dry, cracked voice that sounds like it hasn't been used in a very long time, you hear her say your name.
Yes, it's me, Mother. I thought I thought you were gone. I didn't know if I'd ever see you again. But you're here.
She just looks around. Looks at you kind of quizzically.
You can trust these people. They're very good people. They're here to help. Yes.
Help.
Yes. You could say they were sent here by the Raven Queen in an attempt to, I don't know, fix whatever's broken here.
All broken.
Yes. I don't know how, but who are we to question the gods, I guess, and what they can do? But you're alive, though, somehow. And,
Why? She uses your name.
yeah. I just like how it's like,
Here.
why? Name. It's like the bracketed text of like, there is no translation.
Insert
Exactly.
name here.
Insert name here, yes.
Um,
We'll see.
This is, I guess, what I was chosen for. I'm the Pathfinder
Chosen.
now.
Chosen who?
The Wild Mother sent me.
Can I walk up and just kind of Leah back a bit?
Yeah, staying up on the other side of Elias very quickly as
Her
he does
mother,
that.
like, noticing what I've noticed, getting angry whenever she mentioned. Kind of. Just
yeah, she
gently
just sort
put
of-
a hand on her arm, just kind of, you know.
She has a scowl on her face.
Mother, why are you... I don't understand why you're so upset. What has this place done to you?
And you can see her like wincing in extreme pain as she
I'm
seems
going to
to
use
be
my primeval
fighting.
awareness when she does that.
Okay. How long does that take?
It takes a minute, but I'm just going to step back and start it.
You can see her, she's like breathing heavily through her nose, grinding her teeth, and she sort of collapses a little bit against the side of the building. She kind of shakes her head. I was chosen. I was given a weapon to come here.
A weapon.
Immediately looking to Aiden, back to her.
I know. Like, Leah's not actually turning her gaze, but yeah, I was like, her thoughts are immediately like, there's something with that. And she's just,
I was a tool. I will not be. And she sort of
what?
grins.
We're going to check her.
Yeah. Miss.
21.
She seems to be suffering from some sort of unseen pain, significant.
Yeah.
Oh, so I mean, this seems almost.
I mean,
like
that's obvious, but
gas
you can
or
see
compulsion or something.
there's bits of dried blood around her face, but you can see sort of coming from underneath her ratty sort of mass of hair is some fresh blood.
Actually, no, yet.
Mother, are you all right? What's happened to you?
I'm really trying to get Weir's attention.
Yeah. I mean,
you could. She's completely absorbed in talking to
yeah, I mean,
so
yeah,
you can have you can probably do a song and dance number and unaware.
Can you check her?
What am I checking?
Just detect magic.
Anything.
Oh, I can detect magic again. Yeah, I mean, as a squirrel, she was normal, but
okay.
I mean, I'm like, I don't know. To me as a player, this seems like a gas.
So when you activate your senses, you can see like almost a halo of blinding light from around her head.
Okay.
An incredibly powerful enchantment. And that's the only aura that you can see on her.
So yeah.
It is incredibly powerful.
While she and Leah are talking, then she'll We'll sort of quietly say to Aiden, "There's something very powerful around her head. It's almost blinding to look at, but."
I start reaching for the blade.
Just let me know when this is
gonna break it.
my
Sure.
thing finishes.
Okay. She's sort of you can't. You can't.
Can't. What?
Mustn't. Do what she says.
Who, the Wild Mother?
All of the gods. We are just little animals to them.
The mother that raised me would have never said such a thing. What happened? I know this place is evil, but what happened to change you so much?
I don't know. Evil's the word I would use.
She sent me.
Yes.
I came. She took you and your brother and your father from me, and she sent me. She kind of looks around.
Leah has a brother.
Everyone's brother fucked up.
I was like, Guardian has a brother. That was like a brother to Leah, but
right.
She didn't actually have a brother.
Right. Sorry.
Okay.
I was just making sure there wasn't like, oh, there was
secret brother.
Surprise!
No secret sibling. No secret sibling. That was not what I intended.
That's what I figured because it's been a while and it's
just there's so many.
It's home. They're all family.
Right.
They're all furball.
Right. I mean, it's like there's so many like sad brother stories in this party that
too.
I almost just kind of made it by default. But no, she took my family from me, sent me here to sacrifice.
But you came, which means you must have believed in her. And as much as we missed you, we never blamed you. We knew it had to be some good reason. I never doubted how much you loved me. But
I went away. I was going to come back. But what she wanted was too much. She wanted to take me away from my family.
Just slowly putting a hand on a dagger, but not doing anything with it.
But all the same, if we were sent here now and you're here, perhaps this was always in the plan, and this is her way of bringing you home. I know it's been awful here, but it's not like you've been totally forgotten.
What did she show you? She show you me? Or did she show you a tree?
The only tree she showed me was the tree at home. However, I believe the Raven Queen showed Elias a tree.
I've seen. If you're talking about the tree in Teliana, I've seen, or some, dream weird estimation of it.
Did she give you a weapon?
I mean,
gave me this. I'll just hold up my hand.
She sort of shakes her head.
That's new.
But
oh yeah, but I also
that's a conversation for later.
One of us does possess a weapon that has proven to be extremely powerful against these things. If perhaps that is what you are speaking of.
What are you?
Like a Novellis in the back.
You can trust them. It's okay. Like I said, they're good people.
Yeah, I'm looking at Velis.
Yeah, we're just gonna
Not family. What did she give you? What did the Wild Mother give you?
I want to insight that not family, because that's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She gave me a seed.
17.
Your sense is that she was looking at all of you with disdain in response to Leah saying that she can trust you. And she looked at you and said,
we're not cool enough for her.
She wasn't answering Velis's question.
Yeah.
If anything, she
Yeah,
was
for a second I was like, what? And then I was like, wait,
I was curious.
Yeah.
Leah, don't. We need answers before you give her any more. I know to trust her, but that trust needs to go both ways right now.
There's, and Rita speaks up, there's some sort of enchantment on her, Leah.
And I can feel something off of her as well.
I almost hesitate to mention it, but Raven Queen did say that when we find your mother, we may not like what.
She's just gonna look at Eliza and say, "You knew we would find her."
I knew where we would find her. I didn't, wasn't a guarantee, yes, you find her. It was just, she's in the city, but you may not like what you find. Sorry, I probably should have. I thought I mentioned that, but I guess it's.
I don't remember. You might.
I don't remember.
You
if I
might have.
actually
I look back.
I feel like
she was in
I feel
the
like you
city.
did. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. You may not have mentioned the. You may not like.
You may, yeah, I may not have mentioned the. You may not like what you find bit.
She steps away from the doorway a little bit and takes a few steps closer to you, Leah.
Mm-hmm.
She's kind of holding her hand out, kind of entreating you.
Leah?
I'm going to stay slightly between Elias and Leah for both of them.
She has something aberrant. Be careful.
Did you say on her? It's cutting it out.
A scent. Yeah, a scent.
Yeah, nice.
I mean, Elias is not moving from Leah's side.
Where puts a hand on Leah. Leah's
kind of loosening the dagger a bit.
Probably
yeah.
Thigh or something, because
yeah, I'm saying slightly between them and behind them, just so I can be there to ward anything for either of them if something happens.
I'm holding a dispel for if she takes any action aggressively or to leave.
Okay. Can you use Dispel as a counterspell, or is it specifically has to be as counterspell?
Oh, it's not a counterspell. I'm holding the spell.
Yeah,
you're holding the action.
Yeah,
reaction.
You don't have to. You don't have to hold counterspell because it's a reaction.
Yeah,
I'm not holding counterspell. I'm holding.
What I'm saying is, can you use Dispel magic
I don't
in that
think
way?
you can use Dispel magic.
I mean, you would be able to do it if she casts something that has a.
I'm not doing. I'm not waiting for her to cast a spell or anything. I'm holding Dispel to target that enchantment. If she makes any aggressive motion, or if she tries to
action.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay, that makes sense.
Gotcha.
We were like, what?
Which makes it a reaction, but holding is action.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just looking to see if there's anything I can do without having to stand there and cast a spell, but I'm
She kind of holds her hand out again. Steps a little bit closer.
Hey, Jesse!
Very quietly. Is your father still alive?
Yes. And I know that he would love for you to come home.
Are they safe?
Yeah.
She kind of takes another step closer. She's probably about 10 feet away. 10, 15 feet. Kind of holds her hand out to you.
So, with my divine sense, because it's not a spell, does that require actual me verbalizing? Nope. Okay, I was just
you
making
simply
sure.
just turn it on.
Okay, because I was only because of what I've heard from Velis and Wiria saying that there is in fact something else either attached to her or going on, enchanting her. She's just going to use her divine sense to detect good and evil of a sort.
Right.
Which would show any celestial fiends or aberrations in my case.
Right. There's something about her that is sort of triggering your senses. Her nature is not aberration, but you're getting that sort of psychic emanation off of her that usually accompanies the presence of one of these things. But it's not like, you know, like you could look and you could sense something was a fiend or a fae or something. Hold on a second.
Can you get? Oh, we want to show you.
It's gonna have to be tomorrow or later tonight. I'm in the middle of a game.
It's gonna take 1 minute.
I'm in the middle of a game.
Fine.
Yeah, so that's what you sense.
I want to trust you. And I'm like, this is one of those things that might be the dumbest decision, but I'm like, it is what Leah would do. And even with her divine sense on, I'm like, she herself is not an aberration.
Mm-hmm.
So she's gonna hesitantly but reach out and go to take her mother's hand.
I cast a spell.
Okay. Go ahead and
because I don't trust it.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make a check.
Well, and if anything, it's also I'm like she knows that everybody else is here, so if something goes wrong,
nope.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's more than 5th level.
What'd you roll?
I had total of 9.
Can I give him my inspiration?
Nah, not now. He rolled.
Ah, shit.
So,
damn it.
Leah, you reach out and you take her hand, and you remember when you were young. Your father is a massive ox of a furbolg, but your mother always had a strength to her that you remember, and that's gone. Her grip is weak and barely there. And you can see as you take her hand, she sort of, gives it a little squeeze like she did when you were little. And then you can hear from behind you Aiden incanting something. And then she starts screaming. And she falls to the ground, clutching her head. And you can see just blood dripping from her forehead as she's on the ground screaming.
Leah's gonna drop down too and just try not to panic, but just like, mother, what? And like, see if I can like brush her hair away, like, see if there's any. Like, is it a wound bleeding? I feel like it's not a wound, but like,
you see what looks to be a leather band wrapped around her head that's got all kinds of writing on it. And interspersed in the band, you can see actual iron claws that are embedded into her head all the way
If you
around.
want to try that again, Aiden, I will give you my inspiration.
If I'm allowed to, I will certainly try. But I didn't want to just like do the whole, okay, I failed, I'm going to instantly try again.
I mean, you have 2 spell slots, I'm
at
just
this
saying.
point, I was like, Leah is clearing away her hair, so I would assume you can also see there is something physically attached to her.
All right, I will run up and take the blade out and just tap it to the band and try again.
Okay. Make a perception check.
I was gonna try and take a look at it, but
I was gonna say taking the blade out might help.
Good. 16. That's only a 6
with advantage.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're
With advantage.
Come on.
With advantage.
Come on.
Total of 10.
Okay, which is fine. Because you would recognize this writing anywhere. It's your brother's.
Ooh.
His style.
I freeze.
What?
You have seen him scrawl these runes, translating them, writing them, trying to understand them for a very long time. And you would often sit with him and sort of mock him that he would try to make sense of these symbols. And so this is his writing. And if anything, this leather looks very familiar. This is definitely elf skin. And as you touch the blade,
I don't even get there. As soon as I recognize it, I'm just
you can feel like there's like a hunger, like yes, like and just a very very subtle unconscious urge of almost like a reward sort of sensation of the idea of destroying this thing. And it kind of comes and goes a little bit. It's like that urge where you see a cliff and you're like, that quiet voice just says, just jump.
What is it?
But then it kind of quickly passes.
Can I, since Elias was right, like I was saying, he was right up by, can I take a look at it and see?
I mean, yeah.
If there's any,
At this point, she's stopped screaming and she's unconscious.
I'm assuming unconscious and Leah would have caught her.
I dropped the blade.
Yeah. Right.
At that, especially,
Can I actually just take a
Leah's
look?
gonna look up and.
If she's unconscious, can I just take a look at her and make sure? Do I need to stabilize?
Yeah. Well. This is going on. So Aiden froze before he actually did the thing.
Yeah.
So while she's unconscious, Wiria's gonna use a minute to cast Identify and see if she can figure out what the fuck this thing is.
She does not look good.
She can touch the person, not the object, and identify
something that
anything
they're wearing.
affecting her. Yeah. I'll copy paste.
Sure.
Yeah.
She's not doing good.
Okay.
Aiden?
What happened?
Do you know what this is?
I'm gonna go over and just shake him.
Serum.
Have we heard
That's
you
your
mention your
brother.
brother's name before? I'm trying to think.
Yeah, Cordalis will say it though.
I don't know if he's ever said it out loud.
He has. He said it to Cordalis.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, only to Cordalis.
Oh, Mona.
I'll look back briefly and be like, no, I'm gonna second level cure.
Mona.
If she's unconscious.
She's dying.
She's dying.
Yeah.
So she gets. Yeah. So I'm gonna do second level cure. So she gets 21 hit points back.
Okay.
Because I do max healing when they're unconscious.
Right.
Handy dandy.
Her breathing gets a little bit more regular, less ragged. You can see the wounds and stuff, at least as much as possible, considering this thing is like embedded in her head, heal a little bit. But yeah. So you're in the midst of still casting your spell. It takes a while.
Yeah, mine takes a minute. Yeah, mine takes a minute.
No, I'm just gonna.
Gonna go over and look Aiden in the eyes. What?
I'm just kind of reaching out and just want to run my hand across the writing. And just
So
kinda
you can read all writing.
Oh yeah.
And this is a form of deep speech that that was in a lot of the ruins and what amounts for bits of scroll work and books and stuff that you had been uncovering in your various research trips through the with your brother. And this style of particular runes of deep speech, because there's different variations of it. The Illithid sort of have their own weird variation, but this one is very much exactly the type that was all over the stuff that you had been finding and researching with your brother. And they're basically just the runes of madness, control, and forgetfulness and impairment, and you can gather that whatever this is seriously probably messed with her.
Would I recognize it as deep speech even if I can't read it?
Technically, mechanically speaking, if you can speak a language, you can read and write it.
Mm.
I would say that given your knowledge and experience, you recognize it if you may not be able to read it. It's like this is some form of written deep speech.
Okay.
When Aiden reaches out and like touches it, Leo will just look at him and just, do you recognize this? What is this?
Same question. What's happening?
Aiden's still just kind of in his own head.
Like, Aiden, hey.
So at this point, you probably would have finished the minute ritual because it's been at least a minute even time. And this is a sort of there is no magic item that I could link to for this, but it is basically a powerful enchanted circlet of domination. The Jaya spell, or Geese, whatever pronounced, isn't far off in terms of effect.
Yeah.
Remember, dominate person is not enjoying being on your hands and knees, y'all.
You were around for Cards Against Humanity earlier.
Sorry.
That was one of the cards.
I had
to. That was one of the cards. That was great.
Simonicus, okay.
Basically, it through pain and other means forces the whoever's unfortunate enough to have this thing on them to comply with commands or with a general directive. And if they attempt to violate that directive or go against whatever it is, it will physically and psychically hurt them. But
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but it's also just got all kinds of insidious side effects that very likely whoever wears it for any length of time is probably going to go mad because they're basically constantly exposed to influence from the far realm, basically.
This is
if the others are like really trying to get Aiden's attention.
No, they're like shaking you.
Grab the blade.
Hand on Aiden's shoulder the entire
I will
time.
just go back and grab the blade, grab the headband, and just slice through it.
Make a arcane or basically spellcasting check.
Okay.
Give him my inspiration.
Okay.
Also, Elias probably just like, whoa!
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, that was also steps back.
Yeah.
So, am I adding?
Because he's right up there.
My spell. I'm not adding my spell.
So it's a charisma. It's a charisma check.
Yeah.
With your basically a charisma check.
Okay. Without proficiency.
Sure.
And how much is inspiration?
DM inspiration is advantage for you.
DM inspiration is advantage.
Okay.
Yep.
That's good.
Apparently, I still have.
Yeah, I still have mine too, I think.
You can give him
much better. So that's 18 total.
Okay. You cut through this like it was paper. But as soon as your blade touches the headband, Leah's mother wakes up. And I'm going to need everybody to make a dexterity saving throw.
Ooh.
To move out of the way of something?
Yeah.
Well, that's a not one, but I get to re-roll it. So that's
I was going to say, especially seeing him come up, Leah was prepped to pour all of her lay on hands into her mother in anticipation of it hurting to come off.
Well, we get Leah's aura because everybody's crowded around her.
Oh, that's true.
My aura is up. I'm just like, I don't know if Leah would be trying to move out of the way of something, but I can still.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
20 total with the aura.
Yeah, 20 with the D4.
Double check.
Is it a saving throw or a check?
It's just straight +4. It's not a D4.
Okay, no, so
It is a
22.
saving throw.
Okay,
22.
so then, assuming if I'm actually making this, it would be a 23. Actually, I rolled a natural 19.
All right,
But I'm
so-
not sure. Depending on what it is, I'm not sure if Leah would.
I don't know if my shield stuff apply to this.
You weren't equipped to have anything, so if it's a bonus from specifically having your shield ready, you were in the middle of casting and administering aid, so I wouldn't say
true.
that you were armed.
Mm-hmm.
Other than
I
Velas
can-
saying he had his daggers, I don't think anyone's got their weapons.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly don't know if it applies because I can use my reaction to take no damage if it's something that would have damage, but yeah.
Yeah, but I think that's if you're wielding a shield,
if I was
because it's
I would not
basically
have my
dust
shield.
behind it. Yeah.
Captain America
Yeah.
behind it. So, and it's what, plus
4?
Okay. So that's 15.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, 15.
So depending on what we are dodging, I'm like, I may voluntarily fail though, just because of what Leah like.
Mm-hmm.
Leah's not planning on dropping her mother and trying to dodge out of the way.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So
like, I'm like, I rolled really high for her on Dex because her Dex is not great. But yeah, I'm like, I don't know that she would be.
Okay.
I mean, I can roll again and just give myself disadvantage even because I'm also like holding her.
I mean, if so, something is happening, and if you have no intention of getting away because you want to hold her,
that's why I was like, I feel like I'm
you
going to
fail the saving throw.
Yeah, because I was prepped to basically just like pour even more healing into her. So,
as you slice into this band, you hear her scream, and the sound just sort of reverberates through everybody's mind as sort of just erupting from the space around her. You just see this sort of boiling, inky black void kind of erupt, and a lot of you just sort of like back up and sort of dodge out of the way. But you
Do
can
I
feel...
still? If I have to let go of the band and I don't feel like I can take it from her without seriously injuring her and taking it off her head, I will not move.
Okay. You can. I mean, it's like you touch it and you start to slip in, and you can see it beginning to part really easily. And
if I can take the thing off and away with me, I'll get out of there.
Right. I would say you're going to have disadvantage on your saving throw. If you want to do that, it's going to be harder for you to get out of the way. But you could definitely make that attempt.
The one I already rolled was higher or lower. I mean.
Okay.
So still 23.
All right, no problem. Okay, so to start, hold on, I need to check this. All right, so okay, so there's some damage from this spell effect. Now, Wirya and Aiden, you can both see perfectly fine in this magical darkness that erupts out of her, and in it you can see these thick, heavy, black tentacles just sort of blasting out from her body. Hitting a bunch of people.
Wirya goes, ew.
Been there. Been there.
I was like, I'm like this. I think I know this spell.
I've been in that.
This is gross.
Fucking halfway in.
Milky tentacles from another dimension.
Right. So, those of you who got a 17 or higher,
Not me.
take 7 points of psychic. So, okay. If you make your save, 7 points of psychic damage. If you fail, you take 14 points of psychic damage. And
you said 17 was what we had to.
17 is the DC.
Okay, I failed.
Failed.
Okay. And then if you fail, also take 30.
Wait, you cut out.
How much you cut out?
Yeah.
So if you fail, you take that was
14.
psychic damage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got that.
and then another 31 points of cold damage.
Oh
Yep.
This is not bad.
And so 15 would be half of that if you saved.
Okay, 15. Another 15.
Right.
Another 15 for everyone.
Ow!
Wow, that's half health. I'm at half health now.
Less than half, I think. Wait, no.
No. I was like,
That's
you
above
have 10 more
half.
points than me.
So it did
I'm a little above
everyone
It
who
did.
jumped back get out of the radius of it, or only the people who made the save?
Only the people who made the save.
Yeah.
So I think at this point, Velas is just like, Elias?
I'm still in there.
Honest?
Yeah. If you didn't, you're still in it. And but Aiden, you do manage to finish the cut without drawing any blood or and doing any damage to Mom and Dio.
Yeah, I was trying to pull it away a little bit and just.
It just like parchment cuts right through. And you sort of back away and sort of fall a little bit as you can see these sort of erupting black tentacles.
Did he take it off of her though?
Yeah, he's got it in his hand.
I was like, because the iron claws or whatever were holding it in, did it come out from those, or did those also then come out?
He pulled all those out as well.
Okay. Because I was like, so assuming if there's like, I can't see inside this thing.
No, it's dark.
feel it.
You can just
But
just feel.
When I recover, I will attempt to dispel this.
Okay.
Sure.
So yeah, I was like, because
Which it is at 5th level, and the spell is normally a 2nd level.
Finish talking.
Well, it might help you do your thing faster.
I'm saying this is my initial instinct reaction to her screaming.
Right.
Okay.
So like, as you're pulling that thing away,
right.
I was like, Leah's reaction rather than dodging is to grab her mother even closer and feeling whatever is affecting her. I was like, she's dumping all of her lay on hands points into her mother because that's what she was prepped to do before.
Sure. So you definitely do that.
Which is, I think, 40 of them.
It's 5 times
45.
your
45 now. So yeah, I'm just dumping all of it because it's my mom. I'm like, I don't even care. Like, yep.
And then I will try to spell Hadar.
Okay. Dispel the spell?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I have to
make a check?
Yeah, because I'm casting Dispel at 5th level. Hadar is normally a 2nd level, although I assume. I mean, it typically doesn't.
Normally,
typically it doesn't do extra damage at higher levels, but
this is some freaky, aberrant shit.
Yeah.
This is
I
you've
just can't
seen
roll on the
you've
dispels.
seen that spell. This is similar but different.
Okay.
This is like a modifier.
Well, that's a fail on dispelling it.
Nah.
Cool.
Damn it.
Yeah, this is like.
In that case, since I'm assuming
Okay, so if
who is actually in the radius of the spell then?
Yep.
Elias and
not
Katana.
seeing them,
And Leah.
I'm gonna try to. I want to try to grab Elias and drag him out of there.
Can you
knowing
see
there's
him there?
still
Can't
people-
see him.
I can't. I can't see. But that's
You
what I'm
probably
gonna
heard
try
him
to
yell.
do, knowing there's still people in there.
Ow!
I mean, if Velas starts moving, and I'm gonna basically shove him back and dive in.
Yeah, I was gonna say if Wiria saw Velas, who she knows cannot see in this thing moving in, she'd be like, "Idiot! 2 of us can actually see."
Yeah. The moment like they get splashed.
I'm trying to help.
Roll initiative.
Roll initiative,
Just so that we
yeah.
can get timing on this precisely.
Oh wait, I get advantage on that.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Am I rolling initiative too? Even though
Yes, because you might take an action.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I actually rolled decently for
So we don't have
Oh, should
tokens. So this
I'll go ahead and.
it's not like a regular combat because everyone's trying to do things sort of all at the same time. I want to just be a little bit organized about this.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Velas.
I feel like calling Velas an idiot because
Yeah.
she and Aiden can see is a free action. However,
Probably.
like,
I mean, to be fair, if Aiden is trying to push Velas back as he does that, he probably wouldn't go in, but just first instinct is he was standing beside Elias, has a decent idea of where he is versus Cortanus, gonna try to grab him.
That's fair.
So just depending on whether or not Aiden would be able to push him away before he does it.
So I was super
Not
concerned
with those
about
initiatives.
everyone trying to take actions
Yeah,
before
sorry.
another thing happens.
We're all freaking out.
Which is why I wanted initiative.
Fair.
But I rolled a 1 on initiative anyway. The bad stuff.
If Elias gets hit by that thing again, it's probably going to knock him out.
Yeah.
So we'll
Save
start at the
the fuck out of
top. Velis, you hear Wuria saying, "You idiot! I can see."
Yeah, but where
you can fumble around in the dark if you want.
I mean, so assuming that Aiden didn't actually get to push Velis back, he's just gonna go for it.
I mean, to be fair, Elias is not the stoic, quiet type, so you probably heard him yell.
And I was standing beside him because we were both beside Aiden. So I feel like I have a decent idea where he is. I just want to grab him and drag him out. And if I can't
Good luck
find
with
him, I'm
that
just
with
gonna
that
jump back out. Yeah, well, I would assume he wouldn't resist.
No.
I don't know if that's a thing I can do, but I'm gonna try.
I'm just picturing, I'm like in my head and I'm like just hearing the like, get in loser, we're going shopping, and just like that kind of thing of him just being like, come on, like not that you're going shopping, but you know that that's what popped in my head.
Dropping my D20.
Okay.
But no,
So-
Elias would not be resisting.
Velis,
Yeah.
are you going in?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and make a dexterity save.
That's 19.
Okay. So you're going to take 4 points of psychic damage and 9 points of cold damage. As these, you're not sure what they are, but it just feels like this. Just you're being buffeted by something, not only somewhat physical, but like it, whatever it is, it's like passing through you, and as it does, you can feel it both as like a chill in your body and like just this horrible mental feedback.
And I'm trying to grab Elias's arm.
Okay, so you can't see.
No.
So go ahead and so you're reaching around. Roll a d6.
A D6.
Roll a d6.
I'm scared of my dice.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. It was cocked. Great. Roll a d8 instead.
No, it was a 5.
Oh, it's a
I
5.
rolled a
Okay.
D8. On a D8, it's 2.
Okay. All right. So you wrap your arms around something and you start pulling on it, but it's resisting. It's not moving anywhere.
I'm gonna just.
I think you just hugged a
I got a rock.
Then back out.
Okay. All right.
Did Velis just hug a tentacle?
No, Velis grabbed Leah's mom and tried to like pull her away,
And Leah's holding on to it.
Oh no!
and like
Super buff.
there was
Leah.
no way that he was going to be able to break Leah's
No.
grip.
And especially, I was like, if
At
Leah
all.
starts feeling her mom's magically moving away.
Yeah, you actually felt your mom like getting
So,
pulled
like,
away
she's
from
on the ground and Elias would be standing up, so Velis isn't going to be reaching downward.
Right.
So
Oh well.
I mean,
Yes,
they
I
are
know.
tall things, so.
that's true.
Yeah, Leah might be like holding her upright.
Also,
like,
I don't
sitting
know
up.
that Elias.
Yeah,
would be
I was like, Leah's sitting up and like has her mom kind of in her arms, so like
I don't.
it could
I don't
be
know that.
you bumped into something and grab.
Well, and also because Elias was like
Everyone was
feeling
kind of right
Leah's
there in a
mom,
cluster.
Yeah, we're all
and
really
checking.
close.
Yeah, I don't know that Elias would be standing up.
That's true.
Yeah, that's fine. That makes sense.
So yeah, it does make sense.
So
It's also just really funny.
So
like,
I took a bunch of damage for nothing.
playing tug of war with Leah.
for playing tug of war with Leah.
That's fine. It's
All
fine.
right.
I tried.
Were ya?
Okay, so how far is the cluster of actual people in there?
So they're like at the center of like a 15-foot radius, just sphere aura of inky darkness. And you can see Leah is cradling her mother. Velis is like stumbling out. You can see Elias sort of kind of blindly feeling around. But you see Kurtanis sort of kneeling on the ground, kind of in a fetal position.
Okay, so that frees Wiria more than a little bit. And so they're all about 15. So Elias and Kurtanis are 15 feet, each 15 feet ish for me.
Yeah.
Okay. So. So Wiria is going to. I'm debating whether she's just going to run in because she's a little worried about getting these people out of there. The Leah she knows isn't going to move anywhere. That's pretty obvious. Mm-hmm. So she's less concerned about Leah. Concerned about Leah, but less bothering.
She's not dumb enough to try and pull her away from her mom.
Yeah.
You'd probably get a punch in the face.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Get rid of this thing first. Yeah.
So, Wiria is. Are Elias and Kurtanis next to each other still, or are they? Would they be spread apart?
They're a little bit apart, maybe 5 to 10 feet.
Okay.
They were next to each other.
Yeah, they're not next to each other enough. Well, she's worried about both of them, but she goes for Elias first because he's actually moving and also is more hurt.
Oh yeah.
Okay, but Elias would be like, no, get
the problem is Kurtanis would do the same thing.
Yep. So too.
Yeah. And that is what she is going to leave with.
Also, if she gets Elias out first, then when she gets Kurtanis out, Elias can heal Kurtanis.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So Wiria is going to
can't heal her if you're dead.
Straight for Elias. It's by the most direct path, the shortest path through this thing possible. And grab his hand and say, come with me.
Come with me if you want to live.
Come with me. And then we can get Kurtanis out, but she won't leave if you're in here.
I hate that you're right about that. Did I hear Velas? I can't see. I'll be did I hear Velas?
He was an idiot. Come on.
You probably heard.
That's right.
This is all you heard in there.
And I know I have to roll a dex save because I went back in.
Yes, to see how well you can avoid those weird spectral things.
But that is dirty 20, even if I'm not within Aaliyah's radius. So
4 points of psychic damage, and
which you probably would be in her radius.
It doesn't matter.
I mean, it's a 15-foot radius spell and a 10-foot radius order.
So 4 points of psychic and how much cold?
4 of psychic and 8 of cold.
Okay.
I didn't take any cold the first round. Should I have taken some cold too?
Did you fail?
No.
Then you would have taken 15 cold if you didn't fail.
I didn't.
Yeah, it was cutting in and out a lot the first time when we took damage, so I barely even cut.
Oh shit! I'm actually really low.
Yeah, and then Wiria's going.
You idiot!
You idiot! Yeah. Wiria's going to.
Yeah, if Velas stumbles back out super hurt, Elias is.
I pull that shit, but at least I'm the fucking tank when I do it.
So Wiria's going to tug Elias with her out of the spell
that will
ring.
take your full movement to get in there and then drag him, carry him, help him out.
Yeah. That was. I assumed it would take. I assumed this was my movement and my action to do this.
Okay. All right.
And then she will healing word Bellis because he's an idiot.
Bellis is fine.
Fine. This is fine, except instead of being all fire, it's like weird cold psychic.
It's only going to be a first level.
It's just like weird tentacles. This is fine.
Yep.
Okay.
Let me find my
Just Bella's just sitting in these tentacles. This is fine.
Bellis, you get 6
I'm redrawing the meme with Bella.
Somebody draw that.
Yeah, he's in pitch darkness, being buffeted by tentacles.
Bellis, you get 6 points back,
Fine.
and Elias,
This is like my
tow
childhood.
you out of the radius.
Okay. Cortanus, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw at disadvantage.
Okay.
That was terrible.
Nat 1.
Oh
no! Aiden and Wuria, you can see Cortanus sort of curled up into a ball on the inside of the spell, just kind of rocking back and forth, shaking her head.
Please, no. Please.
And
doth not leave me alone.
So I'm going to say you fail your dex save because you're not moving anywhere.
How close was Cortanus to me?
Can I hear
Do
her?
I hear that?
You hear it, yes. You have 8 points of psychic damage, and that is 15 points of cold damage. As you're just being assailed by this spell.
If Elias can hear Cortanus like starting to lose it like that, he's going back
get
in.
her out, you idiot!
Okay.
He's gonna go back in and try to drag her out.
It's your turn.
And then you're lost in the darkness.
Yeah, you can
Good
see.
job.
So was Cortanus really close to me? I forget.
You don't know. You weren't paying any attention to where she was.
But I mean, like, would I be able to hear her say that?
Perception check.
Okay.
Cortanus or your mom?
I want to say that's 16.
Yeah, you can hear her. She's probably about 10 feet away.
Okay, because I was like, if she was really close, I was just gonna try and take one arm and reach out and at least like put a hand on her so she knows that she's not alone in there. But if she's 10 feet, that's a little too far.
She's not within tall mom arm range.
Yeah. Yeah. So then, let me just double check actually the details of this really quick here.
Well, while Leah's doing that, I just want to note that Wiria is like swearing at the idiocy of people right now.
That's fair. That's fair.
Okay, so hearing that, so I double checked the wording and this should.
I know, but you made it. Elias just made everything worse.
Oh yeah. So I'm going to cast Aura of Vitality, which is a big aura. And it just says one creature in the aura. It doesn't say that I have to see them.
Correct.
I was double checking because I was like, if I have to see them, this is going to be a whole lot more complicated. Because I can't see anything.
I can't see anything.
But upon hearing Cortanus yell that, because knowing I just dumped all my land hands into my mom, also do I have to make a saving throw?
You do. It depends. Are you staying where you're at, or are you going to get
I'm
out?
pretty sure that this thing is coming from my mom or something, so I don't know that I can drag her out of this.
Okay.
I mean,
if you're intending to not leave this
try
aura,
first.
Yeah, try.
You're not gonna. You will fail your saving throw.
That's true. I mean, I'm assuming, like, unless there's good reason to believe I can drag my mom out of
See what
this.
happens. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I guess in that
Go
case,
the opposite direction.
she would try and
Back up.
carry or drag her mother with her towards Cortanus at the very least.
Okay. You can easily pick up your mother. Like,
yeah, I was like, she seems pretty small now. Yeah.
She's. I mean, she's tall, fur-bold woman, but like as you like
Pretty
are
frail
holding
at
her,
this point.
it's like she's almost as light as Wuria. It's just nothing.
So that brief moment of this is unnerving because of how light she is, of like, oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm gonna just presumably back up because I feel like Cortanus would have been slightly behind me, probably.
Give or take.
Yeah, and just move backwards
Okay.
Seeing if I may very well trip over Cortanis, who knows?
You don't, but using your full movement, you can get out. Go ahead and make a dexterity.
Oh, I can.
Yeah. As you're backing up with your mother, you emerge from this dark.
Oh, that was not good. 4.
Okay. So you're going to take 13 points of psychic damage and 8 points of cold damage, and I need you to make a concentration check.
Oh, right.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even do the healing yet.
Oh, okay, then you're fine.
That's why I was like, because I was assuming it was not worth trying to move, but I guess
You
it does make
moved.
sense to
You
try
haven't
it.
yet cast your
So then,
spell,
once I get out, I would cast the spell.
and a 30-foot radius would be able to catch everybody.
Yes. So, still knowing that I heard Cortanis calling out and that she's still stuck in there, I'm gonna target Cortanis.
Okay.
And hope that there's some little tingly magic feeling that she can sense that, like, I'm
the tingly
watching
magic
out for
feels.
her, you know?
Right. Okay, so you get a little bit of healing as a bonus action.
Yeah, let me. I need 2d6s. 5 points of healing.
Okay. Elias, Wirya drags you out, and you hear Cortanis cry out from inside that dark globe.
Yeah,
Please don't leave me.
I'm running back in and be like, I'm sorry, we're I'm sorry.
I can go back in for her.
Make a perception check to see if you can hone in on where she was.
Like, literally, we have 2 people who can see in this, and you are not one of them.
Yeah, but it's Cortanis, and he's...
You're a moron. He's an idiot. I know.
We've established this fact.
Secure your own
Hughes
airbag
has
before
D&D
you
Galia Moira tingle.
Okay.
Yes.
Perception
Galia
check.
Moira tingle. Also, I'll be right back. I have to make quick.
What was the perception?
Perception, that would be a 21.
Okay, you do hear her. In fact, you can actually hear her sobbing. And you hone in on that, forcing your way through. I need you to also make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Ooh. Okay, so since I apparently still have DM inspiration, from I don't know when, can that be used on saving throws?
You can make any roll with advantage.
Alright, then I'm gonna do that. And it's this cool, it was the exact same roll both times.
Oh no!
So that's a 12.
Alright. So you take 9 points of psychic damage, and you take 14 points of cold damage. But you do get to Cortanis.
Okay, so it was 9 and then 14.
Yeah. And now you can move half your movement, which is just enough to almost get out, but not quite.
Could I use my action to basically, if I could, like, pick her up and dash, basically?
Once you're, so you go 15 feet in, and you take your action to dash, and you would be able to drag her out, yes.
Okay, yeah, I want to do that.
When you pull her out, you can see that her face is stark white. She is sweating. She is a panicked look in her eye, and she is like clawing at you. And it's just like she doesn't even see you. Aiden.
Alright, does she look bad?
I'm not sure what your HP totals are. She probably got nailed real hard.
I think she got nailed.
Yeah, it's like 43 out of 106, so.
Alright.
Just still more than you.
Yeah.
Life transference!
It will actually kill you! That dumb a thing!
That would knock me unconscious. Unless I rolled really, really badly. No, I'm just gonna do a second level here. Because I still have action.
Okay.
Or actually, no, I'll do level because Really? Okay. 2, 4, 7. That's 11 hit points. I rolled 3 2s.
Oh.
All right. So at this point, everyone is out of the darkness.
Except the idiot.
Except for Velis.
Oh, Velis is still
Velis came back out.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
He tried to grab someone, couldn't grab anyone, and ran back out.
Okay, I missed it and ran back out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's fine.
I caught that, yeah.
He's fine.
Okay.
Since I couldn't grab anyone, I just
Yeah.
got
Might
back
as well
out.
be trying to move a building. All right. What are you going to do?
just
Aiden?
gripping onto Elias.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if everybody else is out, then just kind of looking around.
Did it get dispelled, or is it still going on?
It's still going.
It's still there.
It's still going.
How is my mom looking?
Yeah,
she's
I just
in
want. I want to.
Yeah.
So it
Situation
appears
process.
as if your healing probably saved her life. You can see that the wounds around her head, there's going to be scars there, but those seem to have been healed over. There's a little bit of color in her skin. She's not nearly as pale as she was looking, but she's unconscious.
I mean, if I still have my aura up, I can.
Right. But hold on.
Are we
Aiden
still?
actually has
Yeah,
some
say, are we
action.
still in
initiative?
Oh.
I wasn't sure. The way you were talking made it sound like
yes,
we weren't.
you're still in initiative.
Okay. Well, you made it sound like we weren't, so.
I apologize.
Sorry.
I mean, I don't think I'm going to do anything fairly significant other than just kind of eyes darting over to Leah's mom. She looks okay. Eyes darting over to Johannes. Not as good.
Not as
Not
good.
sure what to do about that.
She's just kind of like sobbing and just being like, please stop, don't leave me alone, please.
Yeah, she's currently sobbing into Elias's shoulder or something. I don't know.
I feel like Aiden is just kind of, for the moment, still holding the blade, still holding the thing, but just kind of like transfixed on Cortana's.
Okay. Okay, so, Aiden, I need you to make 2 strength saving throws. And, Wuria, I'm going to need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
And Elias, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Are any of us within the range of Leah's regular aura?
So this kind of got messy, and you're not all clustered around her anymore.
Yeah,
so, how big is that aura? 10 feet around?
My healing, or no, that
protection.
Protection aura is 10 foot.
Okay, so I would probably say that Wuria pulled
Elias out, but then Elias ran back.
Elias went back
Elias
in.
ran back in, pulled him out. So I would probably say that Aiden and Velis are near you, but Wuria, Cortanus, and Elias are further away off to the side.
That's a total of 15.
Okay.
21.
Okay.
Am I rolling on this too? I wasn't sure. I don't think you.
No.
Okay.
I called out some specific ones for a few people.
Cool.
Aiden, did you make 2 strength saving throws?
Oh, and I didn't hear you.
I probably cut out my audio.
I heard it.
Is it two
But I
separate?
think you are standing near Leah. So you get her aura.
Yeah.
So a 10 and a 17.
Okay.
+4?
Is that, you get +4. Leah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as you're kind of like standing there surveying the situation, you feel this force pick you up and just chuck you forward right back into the
What?
dark.
Shit! What the fuck?
What?
And I'm gonna go ahead and say you can make another a dexterity saving throw for me at disadvantage because you're hurtling through the air.
Fair.
Hurtling through the air.
Now I roll good.
Yay!
No longer in the aura. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
So 17.
Okay, that is just enough. And so you take 6 points of psychic damage and 4 points of cold damage. And the rest of you sort of turn and look, and you can see 2 small gazers, sort of about a few dozen feet away. And that's where we're going to stop for tonight.
That was a whirlwind.
Oh my god.
Freaking whirlwind.
Yeah, oh my god. We did ask for drama. We were like, there's gonna be drama. Now, he fucking brought the drama. Fucking brought it.
I've been planning
next week, right?
I've been planning some of this shit for so long, you guys.
Oh my god. Holy fuck.
So we're going to have one more session next week to resolve a bunch of this.
Oh god.
I don't think we're going to get to like the final countdown of the scenario. We probably have a little bit more in there, but there's a lot of things, a lot of threads to be resolved next week for sure. But yes.
Fuck.
Holy shit, guys.
Holy shit.
I'm so disappointed I rolled low on that initiative.
Yeah. It's like it's a really low DC.
No, not the telekinesis, but initiative.
Oh,
yeah, that was
I wish I went earlier in that because RP.
Yeah, that was really low initiative for Aiden, I feel like.
Yeah.
I always roll crap on initiative.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like it's usually my advantage on it.
I wonder what that's possibly like.
Says the DM who rolled the one.
All right, guys, that was fun.
It is late.
Waria still
Thank
thinks
you all for
Eliza's an
staying
idiot
up.
for running
That's
back
great.
in there.
You're not wrong, but
I'm
Thank you all for
really
hanging out with us
glad
tonight.
that
Holy moly, that was a whirlwind.
yeah.
What,
So,
Maggie?
one thing
What is Elias's health at?
I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice hoarder, and my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice hoarder.